Mayor Pro Tem Flory. Here. Councilmember Chafee. Here. Councilmember Seaborn.
Present.
And Councilmember Whitaker.
Here.
Great, thanks. I will go ahead and lead us in an invocation tonight. God, we thank you for the opportunity to come together as a community and make decisions that we hope will better our community and that will make a positive impact on people's lives. Give us wisdom and help us treat others the way we would like to be treated. In your name, amen. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. City Attorney, is there a closed session report?
There's nothing to report out of closed session.
Okay. Now's the time for ex parte communications pursuant to our transparency and accountability in labor negotiations. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on. We have no presentation, so we'll move right into public comments. City Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
Right now we have 16 speaker cards. So if Speaker 1 would come to the podium and to number 5, please line up on the wall behind me.
Good evening. My name is Betty Bailey, and I'm with Seepage Control. We are a pond and lake sealing company, and I'm here to address the issue of Laguna Lake. I read in the newspaper recently about your plans to use a bentonite in a waterborne application to seal the lake, and I wanted to present the option of using the products that we manufacture and sell. I did present a proposal to the city back in May of last year. The price that I presented was significantly lower than what you're proposing to pay for the bentonite, and it indicated in the article that the council had been presented with all of the options and that the bentonite was the least expensive option available. So I thought I would come and present our information to the City Council so that they can know that there is another option out there. We have a product that we've been manufacturing since 1958. The product is called ESS13. It stands for Environmental Soil Sealer. It's been used to treat ponds and lakes since that time. It's been used all over the state of California, including the Navy Golf Course in Seal Beach. They used our products to reduce water loss due to seepage. And it's been used all over the country as well as internationally since 1958. Everything that I've learned about the lake, it appears that there are some real challenges with the lake, including some leakage issues as opposed to seepage issues. Our products work extremely well on solving seepage issues. I'm very familiar with bentonite. We use bentonite very regularly in some of our applications, and we use it for structural issues or leaks, as we call them. And so what I propose is perhaps a combination of the two products together would provide better results than you could get using the bentonite by itself, and it would save you a very dramatic amount of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Carol Edmonston, and my husband and I have lived in Fullerton for 40 years in the same house in Sunny Hills. Over the years, I've been involved in a lot of advocacy issues, but here I'm tonight. I am here, and I'm just going to go ahead and read what I have to stay on track. I'm here tonight as the voice of over 360 local residents who have signed a petition who are opposed to the Malia Homes residential housing project on Baston Cherry and Morelia, the old St. Jude Medical Heritage Building. Collectively, we are opposed to the proposed zone change from the professional office to residential in order to build 40 townhomes/duplex units on merely 3.3 acres. While there are issues with density and aesthetic design, our primary concern this evening has to do with the request for a zone change, which is on the Planning Commission agenda for next week, March 23rd. Baston Cherry, as you know, is a very heavily trafficked corridor and was never originally designed for residential housing to be built that close in proximity to the street, especially housing that has an exit and entry directly onto the street with a speed limit of 50 miles an hour. It is absolutely an unsafe location for families and children and really would create a liability issue for the city. You are very aware of the fatalities that we have had and the numerous injuries that have happened. My husband and I recently stood down there on the corner, on the sidewalk in front of that building, spent about 15, 20 minutes, and it really is quite an alarming and scary feeling with the cars coming by that quickly. We have met many times, at least 3 times, with the city development staff and Malia Homes, yet we really do not feel that our voices have been heard. We are here tonight to go on record and ask for your support in helping us keep our neighborhoods safe for families and children, while also preserving the unique charm and integrity that we really do cherish so much in the North Fullerton area. We really are responsible people seeking a responsible solution. While change is inevitable, it really must be harmonized with the character we value, and I believe in the Fullerton Plan it calls for responsible development. So on behalf of the over 360 residents that are registered voters who signed the petition, I want to thank you in advance for hearing our concerns, and hopefully this will lead to an ongoing dialogue that will serve the greater good of our community as we truly strive to preserve the character, integrity of our distinct neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Teresa Lim. I also live in the Sunny Hills area, probably 30-some years, Fullerton resident. I'm also opposed to this project on Malia Homes from office to residential. This proposed project seems a classic case of spot zoning, which is the process of singling out a small parcel of land for a use classification totally different from that of the surrounding area for the benefit of the owner of such property and to the detriment of other owners. If the rezoning is granted, you will create an island of property with less restrictive zoning in middle of properties with more restrictive zoning, thus giving the project property owner more rights than surrounding property. Creating a new zoning category on this island doesn't seem proper, especially this project does not best benefit the public at large. The project is located in the city's focus area of North Harbor Corridor, which is a major medical facilities area. Leaving the site as office leaves the private property owner in the same position as before, having the opportunity to utilize this parcel for the benefit of the public in the future. The proposed project provided no evidence of a need for this type of housing, considering that the project is priced around $700,000. If you do a Zillow search right now, there are currently over 80 homes with nice lots in Fullerton between the $600,000 and $800,000 range, which offer more value for the homeowner. So this project is incompatible with the surrounding area, and I urge you to oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Mayor Fitzgerald, council members, I'm Irene Landesky McCormick, and Amelia Homes, an outsider in some other place in Fullerton, wants to change the zoning on the Bastion Cherry Road from office to residential. I'm opposed to the zone change. Their idea of putting 40 townhouses on 3.3 acres is ridiculous. Families would move in so their children could go to Laguna Road School, Parks Junior High, and Sunny Hills High School. By putting families right off a busy highway would be asking for trouble with accidents. I have lived on Pinata Road for 46 years in a half-acre lot. The 40 little boxed-together homes do not go with our neighborhood. We need your support in opposing the zone change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Cecil McCormick. I live at 401 Pinata Place, and I've lived there for 23 years. I'm here also speaking on the Malia project coming through the planning department now. And I am here tonight to speak in opposition to it. And my principal opposition is the one that's already been expressed. Forgive me if I repeat some things, but this project, as it's now designed, as we understand it, we're lay people, and I'm sure there are a lot of issues in the design that we don't understand. But as we understand it, just from the point of view of 40 units on 3.3 acres is something we don't have in our neighborhood now, and we don't want in our neighborhood. And we need our voices heard. The longest property line of this proposed project is a common boundary line with our neighborhood. Our voices, if any voices should be heard, it's ours. We are the ones that are going to be mostly affected by whatever development takes place on this property. So please take that into consideration. Our current neighborhood is predominantly zoned R120, which is 20,000 square feet lots per single-family unit. This proposed project has 40 units on 3.3 acres. Doing the math, that's about 3,500 square feet of surface area of land per dwelling unit. 3,500 feet, not a big area. That is density that we don't see in our neighborhood, we don't have in our neighborhood. Many of our neighbors have made significant investments in their properties, and after the initial substantial investment, they have completely torn down or gutted the existing home and made an additional substantial investment into their properties. They have a commitment to the area and a commitment that we respectfully request that it be honored and be recognized, and please hear our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Coming to the podium is speaker number 6. So with the speakers through number 10, would please come line up.
Good evening. My name is Heather Haunch. I live at 420 Pinata Place. I actually...
We can't hear you. Just
sorry.
speaking to the microphone.
Good evening. My name is Heather Haunch. I live at 420 Pinata Place. I've actually written a letter to you and the Planning Commission as well, and hopefully you guys received it. I'm opposed to the zone change and this development from Malia Homes. I do not believe it's an appropriate site for any residential area. Baston Cherry is a heavily trafficked corridor, and it's not designed for residential housing, especially housing that has a entry-exit way onto a street with 50 miles per hour. It's not an appropriate setback from the street to deem this proposal safe. As Carol Edmonston mentioned, we do have over 360 supporters on change.org, and I believe you guys do have that petition as well. It does not conform with the community or the area whatsoever. The average single-family home in Sunny Hills is R1 20,000, which is 1/2 acre to 1 acre lots. And again, it is a major safety issue. As you know, that there's been there's that blind spot on Morelia and Baston Cherry since 2010. There's been over 18 car accidents. 2 fatalities, 4 hit and runs, and it's adjacent to the very heavily used Juanita Cook Trail. Bicyclists, joggers, and walkers and equestrians are concerned about their safety with the surge of traffic in this area. No residential building should ever be built. It's, again, a safety issue. I believe the city would be negligent and liable for future accidents or fatalities if they permit a zone change in this area. Not to mention, the community is not in favor of the zone change. We have attended 3 community meetings. Our voices have not been heard. We've not been allowed to speak a lot of the time at these community meetings. We've been told to submit cards. The developer won't address our concerns. I myself, with the McCormicks, have met with the developer. I live on Pinata Place, and I have my property. My wall is shares behind the 433 building. So the developer has actually come to my home, and the McCormick's home, we've met with them 2 other times. So I've had a total of 5 meetings with the developer. And again, we're very consistent. We do not want a zone change. We oppose this project, so I respectfully ask for your support. It's not an appropriate site for residential building due to safety, traffic, and parking issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Kazros Falani. I reside at 2310 Morelia Place, Fullerton. I think some of my neighbors just have mentioned the main points of opposing this project. I have a couple of points I want to briefly make regarding the spot zoning and land use change of the subject property, millennia home proposing, the city and developer must demonstrate rezoning in this case is in the interest and benefit of surrounding neighborhood and not just the interest of developer. Also, a spot zoning of a small parcel such as the subject property should not be given greater right to developer than the right of surrounding property owners. With respect to Bastan Cherry Road and the environmental effect on that proposed residence, Bastan Cherry Road is a artery road. In effect, it is a mini highway of high capacity that delivers traffic from Collectors Road to major area of the city and freeway at the highest level of service. In California, an artery highway is a space normally half a mile apart, like the one Imperial Highway to the north of Bastan Cherry. To have Collectors Road or access road opening to artery highway without any traffic light will result in a lot of fatal accidents. This proposed development has an opening to the Bastan Cherry that doesn't have traffic light. And when each morning or daytime we travel there, when we come out of that exit, we have issue of seeing the cars, which is called sight seeing. Well, I don't know the words, but have a hard time seeing the traffic that coming and going. This project have plenty of small kids if built. These kids will play balls and will run out to the Bastan Cherry to get their ball, and for sure fatal accident will be waiting to happen. City and developer will be liable for legal consequences if this project is approved. I respectfully request Council to seriously oppose and advise the Planning Commission member not to approve this project when it's considered next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Marcus Nordland. I live at 2340 Morelia Place, and I just want to add my voice to the chorus you've heard so far. As you've heard, we've had over 300, almost 400 now, close neighbors who oppose this, and so I add my voice to urge you to oppose the zoning change. The change that's proposed is primarily a safety concern for us. I don't know how many of you, maybe a show of hands in the audience, who tried to drive down Bastan Cherry today?
If you can just direct your comments to us, please. Thanks.
Okay. I think our police officers could, this is a very timely point, Bastan Cherry was closed today, directly in front of the proposed development. I don't know if you're aware of that. There was a significant accident. I don't know if it was a fatality or not, but it was a criminal investigation that happened there. So in addition to the normal traffic that would come from this project, there's always accidents here because of what you've heard before. All of the traffic was directed right down Morelia Place. U-turns had to be made on Pinata and all the rest of the neighbors. And then to compound that, as our officers also know, Laguna Road is a significant drop-off spot at that time in the morning for our school children, right? So all of that traffic on top of that accident today just brought to all of our minds exactly how troublesome this proposed zoning change will be. And so, again, I just urge you to oppose the zoning change for the safety concerns that were experienced this very day for us citizens on Bastan Cherry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Carol Marr, and I live on Verona in Sunny Hills area. We've been there almost 40 years now. And I'm not saying anything probably much different than my previous speakers, but just to reiterate that we are opposed to this proposed zone change. It is not an appropriate site for residential buildings due to safety, as you just heard, traffic, and inadequate parking. And I hope that you will listen to the citizens of our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
This should be speaker number 10, so if you are 11 through 15, please line up.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. I am much to your relief, the final person to speak about the rezoning. And we realize we're coming ahead of time to you, but we wanted you to be aware of this. We thank Karen for all her work, a tremendous amount of work in being objective about a proposal that comes forward. I work with a number of people in the city that are interested in flourishing neighborhoods, just like you are. It's wonderful to see neighborhoods come together for community service and also to stand together when we object to something, and we want to do that respectfully and kindly. And we just ask you to look into this, and as it comes forward, whether it's rejected or appealed and brought forward, that's why we're standing before you tonight. We love our neighborhood. We love Fullerton. And we ask that you just pay attention to this proposed change, and we're asking you to maintain the current zoning. We think that's appropriate. The nearest property that has been developed this way is at Associated and Baston Cherry, 2 blocks away from Cal State Fullerton, so it's not in our immediate environs. And we're, as you heard, very concerned about Baston Cherry, a major artery, the traffic, and homes being placed right on that road with egress and ingress there we think is very dangerous. So we just ask that you be the good leaders that you are. And then my second topic is to say that on April 30th, Love Fullerton is happening. I love working with Chief Hughes on this and OC United, but it's done so well that now we have that same weekend, Love Anaheim, Love Placentia, Love Brea. So good things are happening, and your chief has a lot to do with that, and Love La Habra as well. So again, we ask that you vote against the zoning change, and we ask respectfully. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
What does this mean?
Good evening. My name is Angela Jones, and I actually came a little late, but I'm actually talking about the same issue, and I am also opposed to the zoning change. I also live in the Sunny Hills area around that development, and I want to bring up a little bit different issue, and that is regarding the traffic, and we were provided some information regarding the car trips. And my specific issue is that they pointed out that there would be fewer car trips, in particular 282 if it's a residential development, as opposed to 1,500, a little bit north of 1,500 if it's a commercial development. However, what I would like you to consider is what that information did not point out is that if it's a residential development, those 200 and some cars would be traveling at the same time in the same direction as all of the cars that currently leave in the morning to take their kids, going to school, going to junior high school, going to work, which is a very difficult process and sometimes dangerous. If you have ever been there in the morning crossing all the streets crossing that don't have lights, it's a very difficult, congested area to travel. However, if you have 1,500 cars that come at 9, after everybody has gone to school, gone to work, they'll be coming in the opposite direction. And they'll be gone after people come home from work, and it's a completely different traffic direction. And so it's a little bit less misleading in how the numbers are presented to just say 282 versus 1,500. You really have to look at the differences in how the traffic is presented. And the other issue is regarding parking, because if you look on the information that's provided, the developer did not provide for additional parking beyond their driveway, their garage. So if you have 40 homes in 30 acres and you have extended family or an event, then all of those cars will be parking in those adjacent cul-de-sacs and neighboring streets, which is to me an unfair burden for the residents that are living there. And so I hope the City Council will address that, because if you notice, there's a little bitty strip of additional maybe 10 spaces that are there for extra parking, and I don't think that's a sufficient amount of additional parking for that development. And I think that's another reason that would be reason to oppose the zone change, because it's not adequate parking and it does not adequately address the traffic flow for that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Tom Graham. I live at 2541 East Commonwealth. I want to talk just a few words real quick about College Town. Originally, a few weeks ago, a vote was perhaps going to take place on College Town tonight, but it's not, and I thank your council members for deferring the decision until you hear more from the city's planning commission. And I thank the city's planning commission for their understanding of the complex project and their understanding of the residents' concerns There were many public comments that night. I think it was 50 or 51. The one that received most enthusiastically by the audience was from the city of Placentia. Mr. Luis Estevez, manager, Public Works, city of Placentia, read a letter about the many concerns that Placentia has regarding College Town. You probably haven't had the time to dig through all of the public comments to find his 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So I have excerpted it from the city's video and put it on a DVD. Also on the DVD, following his comments, are all the other public comments that night. And following the public comments is the deliberation and comments from the Planning Commission members, commissioners. I've left copies of the DVD here with this lady. It's a DVD in a movie format. It will play on any DVD player or any PC or Mac that will play DVDs. Please take a look. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Do you want to make a request, pull number 5?
Yes, that's already been pulled. Thanks. Next speaker.
Good evening, Barry Levinson, longtime resident and Park and Recreation Committee member. I'm here to speak about what transpired yesterday at the Park and Rec Committee meeting. A long-awaited agenda item that some of us in the community have been attempting to get heard with regard to answering some questions about some allegations relating to the Brea Dam and the surrounding properties and the relationship with Fullerton, the city of Fullerton. There was, like I said, it was a long time coming. I think some of those allegations started back in last summer.
Are you speaking on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Committee at this time?
I'm speaking as an individual, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's all I can ever do. So anyway, thanks for interrupting me, training my thought. So anyway, it took a very long time. It took about 8 months. It was on the agenda. And before it came, as it came to that agenda item, Ms. Fitzgerald's appointee spoke out immediately and said, I want to receive and file it. Now, there was 4 pages of documentation from the department that was supposedly there to answer questions from Mr. Curley, who submitted those. And one of the members was trying to receive and file it without even going over it. Now, as you all very much know, receive and file happens very often. But when there's an agenda item, and it wasn't a consent item, agenda item, and there's material there, you go over the material first. You have a conversation. Everybody's allowed to speak. There's public comments. The committee members, or in your case, the council members, get a chance to talk. And then, if that was the motion, you can receive and file it. Not the other way around. So thankfully, I was able to stop that from happening. Now, I presented my own set of numbers, and my own set of numbers showed that contrary to what Ms. Loya, who's the administrative manager of the Parks and Rec Department, as she presented on election eve, November the 2nd, 2010, that changing the Fullerton Golf Course from a lease agreement to a management agreement would improve the annual increase net revenue by about $133,000. My numbers, which I gave a copy to everybody and should be in the minutes because I requested it, shows with source documentation that in fact, by making that agreement, the city lost out on about $203,000 a year in lost revenue, which means like lost income. Over the course of the 20-year bond, I have calculated that means that the city, because of that move, has lost a minimum of $4 million. And I said that that was a conservative number, and then I explained in detail why, and that the number probably is closer to $5 million. Now, what did the good people in the department and the committee do after I did that? They voted to file it, and receive and file it. No conversation, no interest, no nothing. If that isn't the definition of a totally corrupt city. I don't know what is. You can argue with my numbers, which they're not arguable, but you can. But you shouldn't. You can't. If you're honest, you don't ignore them. And I think, Ms. Fitzgerald, you need another appointee, because to try to squelch something as important as that is deplorable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Fullerton City Council. My name is Diane Hickey. Last night I attended the Parks and Rec Commission meeting and received an analysis by Commissioner Levinson. The analysis showed corrected numbers to the management agreement as presented by Fullerton Parks and Rec employee Ms. Loya in 2010 and on January 11th, 2016. Mr. Levinson's corrected numbers revealed a $4 to $5 million net revenue loss will be incurred by the taxpayers over a 20-year period. All commissioners, Cox, Stanford, McNabb, and Savage, voted to receive and file, which to my understanding is the same as sweeping it under the rug. Take the matter and just bury it, never to be brought up again. Commissioner Silva was the only one that spoke up, saying that he would like the council to look at it. The City of Fullerton has created a $2.8 million budget deficit over fiscal years 2015-16. As I understand it, more raises have been approved for city workers, and we have $170 million in unfunded pension liabilities. Yet the Parks and Rec Committee does not want to deal with the possible loss of $4 to $5 million to the taxpayers. This matter needs to be looked into. Commissioners that are supposed to be working for the benefit of the Fullerton residents but want to sweep matters under the rug need to resign. Outside interests, independent of their purpose for serving on the commission, appear to have their attention and prevail over their actions as Park and Rec commissioners. If an audit of this analysis proves that the management agreement was misrepresented, disciplinary actions need to be taken against the employees responsible, as would be expected. The City of Fullerton cannot afford mistakes of this magnitude, and they cannot afford to have these matters voted to be received, filed, and buried. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
This is speaker number 14.
Oh,
so
no, that's okay.
Yeah,
No.
This is just to keep us kind of on track. So
That's okay.
I would ask the rest of you to please come line up on the wall behind me.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Fitzgerald and members of the City Council, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Francisco Avila Espino. I'm a community organizer for the Orange County Congregation Community Organization, as well as a student trustee for Fullerton College at the North Orange County Community College District. I wanted to speak to you today regarding the districting drawing process happening in the city. There has been a good deal of participation so far by all segments of the community, and I wanted to thank the city staff for all their hard work for putting together these events. Today I wanted to make a small request. I noticed that the City Council is planning on adopting a district map on June 7th. That is the same day as the primary election, and I was hoping that the council would be willing to move up that meeting or move it back, just so that it doesn't fall on election day. I know that many organizations will be working to get out the vote that day, and I think it would be best to have as much community input as possible for the meeting where the map is being picked. And that concludes my public comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Tony Package, and I live in Fullerton. Before we begin, I'd like to pull number 7 and 3. So, including tonight's discussion on rezoning, the city has been faced lately with several major development proposals. The city corridor, College Town, I could go on and on. With each of these developments, the citizens have provided their objection to these projects. The Planning Commission, City Council, city planners have been challenged on these projects. But the real culprit is the general plan. The general plan was written by citizens and approved by our City Council.
I suggest instead of fighting each battle, the people who are concerned move to change the general plan, which I think can be done. Remember, the general plan, I'm writing upside down, round and round, plan provides for a lot of rezoning for a heavy districting. It's a good word. I don't want to use it again. So I urge people who are concerned about all this rezoning to look at the general plan, and come to the city council and talk about their objections to items in the city plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Sean Payton, Fullerton resident. I'm also want to pull 5 from the consent calendar. And I also want to talk about the Parks and Recreation meeting yesterday. I was at that as well. This is what I want to ask all of you to do, and that is put aside what those of you that are sitting on the council might think of Mr. Levinson, might think about me, might think about anyone else that's raising this issue, and just look at the numbers. If you look at the numbers, Alice Loya made a presentation on January 11th, also during the Parks and Recreation meeting. I have the summary on my phone. I'm glad to give it to you if you want to look at it. The summary of the presentation was, regardless of whether the city's action in assuming ownership of the Brea Dam Golf Course was kosher pursuant to the lease agreement, it was a good deal for the taxpayers because we supposedly, by her calculations, came up with an extra $104,000 a year under that arrangement. That is the city staff's presentation, best case scenario. That analysis is absolutely wrong. It assumes a completely unbelievable cost for a payment on the bond. Now, Mr. Levinson is a CPA. He's an accountant. It's what he does. And the numbers tell a story. And the story those numbers tell are that the city made a big mistake in getting involved in the Brea Dam as an owner. And rather than fess up to that mistake, the approach has been to try to shoot the messenger. David Curley, who first brought this to the attention of myself and yourself, has been attacked on a personal basis for this, because they don't have a defense. Now, I am urging you, take a look at the information Mr. Levinson provided, the audit. And again, he's a CPA. This is his wheelhouse. This is what he knows. The information comes from a presentation Alice Loya made in 2010. The date is on the audit, and a presentation she made January 11th of this year. And the numbers that Dave Curley provided are directly from contract documents. You can pull those documents up yourself. And the bottom line is taxpayers lost $230,000 a year as a result of this. This needs to be looked at. Let's not sweep this under the rug. An audit commission, Mr. Councilman Whitaker, you've suggested a citizen audit commission. I think the rest of you on the city council should consider that as well. So it'd be an excellent opportunity for such a commission to look into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Happy evening. Thank you for serving, Mayor Fitzgerald. My name is Brian Kay. I'm from Anaheim. I did live in Fullerton for about 10 years, from 1990 to about 2001. Part of why I left was I had repeated encounters with Cincinnati, Wolf, and Ramos, and numerous other officers in the Fullerton Police Department. I left after I received over approximately 40 or 50 traffic tickets, most of them for doing things like 36 and a 35, 37 and a 35, 51 and a 50, or a 52 and a 50. At one point, the court had lost so many files and became so incensed with me that they sentenced me to life in prison, and the public defender and the district attorney agreed that I was crazy and that there was no contest. So I left Fullerton. I moved to Anaheim eventually, married. My wife and I hope to have kids and get past what happened in Fullerton. Unfortunately, an Anaheim officer, Officer Michael Kuna, decided to pull me over one day. Without asking my name, he tackled me after turning off his recorder. You'd think that if somebody was arrested for resisting arrest in a time when the recorders are required, that there would be a recording. There is none. So for 4 years, I've been homeless, and my family's been living in fear. When I filed a complaint against Officer Kuna, he sent me 700 text messages, 500 in the first night of the complaint, and they included things like detonating IEDs around my home. Eventually, Anaheim convinced, well, I didn't sign the plea, but the Anaheim city attorney and my attorney forged the plea agreement saying that I agreed to the terms. Now, you're wondering, what does this have to do with Fullerton? I'm in Fullerton court. Judge Michael Leverson is aware that the police report filed by Anaheim is a forgery and the person who signed it does not exist. He's aware that there's no recording of the arrest. Yet he continues to force a trial. He continues to force my family through a $250,000 worth of bond. I've lost my home, and I barely have my business. The witness used against me was recently arrested due to over 30 reports to the FBI for detonating IEDs around my home. He would take them and throw them at my wife's window, trying to scare us and intimidate us from testifying against what's going on. I apologize that I brought up Kelly Thomas, but that's what the officer threatened to do to me while I laid on the ground during the arrest. I was silent and motionless, and there's no recording of anything that happened. I apologize for jumping around. It's not a happy thing. I've done tons of volunteer work, and that's what I would rather be doing than trying to scrape my life off the bottom of the barrel. I thank you for serving.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers under public comment?
Good evening. My name is Joe Briano. I'm a Fullerton resident, and I also run the FullertonInformer.com website. And I'm also a candidate for Fullerton City Council. I'm glad some of the people have stuck around here tonight because they have questions. And they have questions as they directly relate to where they live and their quality of life. And a lot of the stuff that they're bringing to your attention doesn't seem to make sense to them because it really doesn't make any sense if you're on the outside looking in. But if you're on the inside looking out, it makes perfect sense because what's going on in this city is we're out of money. And the only way to pay for our pension costs and our giveaways with the salary increases that Ms. Fitzgerald and Ms. Flory, Mr. Chafee just recently approved for the police and the fire department, in spite of the fact that we're in a budget deficit situation, is with new development. And stack 'em and pack 'em housing is what it's called. $11,700 a unit goes into the Parks and Rec budget. So there's a lot of money in ramming high-rise development through this town. Another thing that's taking place in this town to fund these deficits is a sell-off of our property, public property that was either deeded to the city, granted to the city, and these things are in the works. So I encourage the people in the audience to continue to come, and the people that will see this on YouTube and on my website and out there on the internet and watching on public access, start coming down here. Start figuring out what's going on, because before you know it, we're going to have 10-story housing and possibly another 100,000 residents if this downtown core and corridor special project goes through. You think this little thing in your neighborhood's a big deal. I got news for you, folks. You're going to get blindsided by this thing. Ms. Fitzgerald and Ms. Flory are up for election in November. Their voting records are identical. And it's ironic that as of this day, Ms. Fitzgerald will not release her client list with Pringle and Associates. I don't know how we can get our hands on that, but I don't know how you can sit on a council with those kind of connections for someone who sells influence for a living. And from a moral standpoint, be objective. So what I'm here to tell you folks tonight is that all of you on this council, we're all residents, we're all in on this together, and framing people and throwing people in jail and beating them to death or murdering them or trying to have the police intimidate people is not going to solve this problem. The only way that we're going to solve our problems is if we work together as a community and be honest with our problems and stop giving away the farm to the people that don't deserve it. Most of the city employees don't even live in this town. But yet this government ostensibly exists to serve the residents when in fact it's doing just the opposite. It exists primarily to serve the employees. So that is why all these things don't make sense, ladies and gentlemen, because they don't have your interests in mind. They have self-serving interests on being reelected, staying friends with the people they've known for decades. and of course keeping the political influence machine going with their power on the dais. Joe Imbriano for Fullerton City Council. I could use your vote in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers under public comment? We'll go ahead and close public comment then and bring it back to council. Mr. City Manager, was there anything that you wanted to respond to from public comment tonight? I know one thing I wanted to mention was quite a few speakers came up to talk about the Malia Homes project, and that's set to go to the Planning Commission on April 23rd. And then I also heard that we need to pull on the consent calendar items 3, 5, 7, and 9.
And I have an update to that. I had the wrong month. So for the record, the Planning Commission is March 23rd.
March 23rd.
Which should be
okay.
Next Wednesday night for the Malia project.
Okay.
And I'll go through the list. There was 2 cards I got from city clerk from 2 individuals pulling 2, 5, 6, 7, 11, and 12. So I think that's a repeat of some. And 3?
And 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have pulled 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, and 12.
Correct. And then just one other comment, if I could, on the district elections. It's probably like to respond to the gentleman that came up here. Yes, June date is really the second hearing to confirm what's going to go on the ballot, but a critical date for the map is actually the April 19th date. That's when Mr. Ely will be here with his first general overview and initial recommendations towards one map. Now, we can go a lot of places from there, but I would say he brought up a good point. June is an official date to get everything certified and voted on for the ballot, but that April 19th is probably where all of the maps are going to be presented and be a great opportunity for people to weigh in. So we'll make sure that gets communicated through Lucinda's contact list.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Let's see. So we'll go to City Council staff communications. Mr. Chafee?
I think I've got this glued down. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak on some of the fabulous things going on in our city. My wife and I attended the National Charity League Gala, where they raise money for their activities. They serve a lot of charities in town, Meals on Wheels, All the Arts for All the Kids, Women's Transitional Living Center, Boys and Girls Club, Friends of Jazz. Fabulous group. We also... that same day that we attended that event, the Friends of Jazz had their annual Mardi Gras event, and I was very glad to see Bill and Jean Klinghoffer crowned as King and Queen for the coming year. Great people, and they actually founded the organization. And the purpose is to keep music in the schools. They do a great job at that. And then this last Sunday, we attended the Crittenden Services Murder Mystery Night. Sell out for sure, and kudos to Angela and Vince's for providing all the food at no cost, and so it's helping that organization a lot. Now here's kind of an interesting thing to me. It has to do with the Fullerton School District, and I must give them kudos for what they're doing. At Richmond School, they recognized their library as needs have changed, so they converted a part of that to a Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Math Center, which stands for STREAM, plus Dream Center. And this building is made out of the old library and has been completely renovated and redone. Students are using it every day. The district has repurposed the library into a dynamic learning center for kids. The district and donors from the community helped with the cost, and you must see it as to what they've done if you have a chance for that. Library needs have changed a lot in the district since they all now have iPads and have a built-in library right in their own hands. And that's my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Mr. Whitaker?
I would just add that it was a successful event this past Saturday, the Arbor Day annual tree planting, where at West Coyote Hills Tree Park, a number of local residents, Girl Scout troop, members of the Fullerton Women's Club, great group of people assembled there, planted predominantly oak trees and California pepper trees, and completing the conversion of that fairly small park, but it will be greatly improved scenic-wise, as well as being more xeriscaped in the future. The only other thing that I have to add is I'm very intrigued by this other product that was possible as a solution, or maybe possible as a partial solution to our Laguna Lake leakage problem. So I'd be interested in finding out more about that. Thank you.
Mr. Seaborn?
Yeah, I'll dovetail in on the Arbor Day. While I had to wear one of my other hats and teach a class, there was a fantastic event for Arbor Day, as you heard from Councilmember Whitaker. And my wife leading a Girl Scout troop, Junior Troop 2830, with planting the trees. And they were able to earn their bronze award. And they worked with another troop to raise money by selling magazines to purchase of supplies. And when they were done planting the trees, they laid stones around the trees with the Girl Scout law and promise. And so it's befitting of Girl Scouts to do that, both for the city and to help promote scouting. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Flory?
Thank you, Mayor Fitzgerald. Last City Council meeting, I pulled a page out of Donald Trump's playbook and maligned my fellow council member, Bruce Whitaker, by accusing him of participating in 3 government pensions. Bruce has told me that that is not the case, and it is for that reason that I extend my heartfelt apologies to him.
Okay, thank you. I was really pleased to go participate in Beechwood School's fundraiser that they do every year to benefit their foundation, and I just wanted to congratulate them. The parents in that community are terrific supports for their kids, and it was my pleasure to be there and celebrate with them that night. And then also Pony Little League had its opening just a couple weeks ago, and that was a terrific event too. We've got 4 active baseball leagues in town, and they all have hundreds of kids involved. It's a great opportunity, of course, for those kids not just to learn the game of baseball, but also sportsmanship and teamwork. I wanted to encourage you, too, if you haven't signed up yet and want to help with Love Fullerton, you can go to lovefullerton.org to sign up to volunteer on Saturday, April 30th, do various projects throughout the city to help give back to the community. And then I also wanted to ask the city manager if you would agendize a discussion of Hunt Branch Library. And I would like to see how we can better serve the West Fullerton community with library services. And my assumption is that entails getting an appraisal on Hunt Branch and potentially selling that property so we can use those funds to in a better location for library services in the West. But I would like us to really dig into that and see what that looks like.
Absolutely. And Mayor, can I ask for one request?
Yeah.
We have an item later on the agenda on the Coyote Hills project.
Uh-huh.
Heather Stratman, who we've spoken of in meetings, I understand has to leave. She's here tonight. I was just wondering if we could take a minute just to introduce her to the community and not to take the item out of order, but since she has to leave, we'll probably won't get to this agenda item before she has to leave.
That's fine. Great.
So, Heather, can I ask you to come up, and I'll just make a note. Heather, longstanding career in government relations, and we had asked her, following council's approval of the I'll refer to the Path Forward plan in November, reached out to Heather and really on 2 significant items, and one was actually the physical grant writing, but more to guide us on some early strategies on obtaining funds and getting access to the information out of Sacramento. So with that, I just wanted to recognize Heather while she was here.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, Mayor Fitzgerald and members of the council. It's nice to see you again. I was here a few months ago to give an update on the work that the city was doing in terms of acquisition funding for the open space at West Coyote Hills. And I just want to be very brief, but I do think it's an important update based on some progress that we've had over the last several months. When I was here in late November, early December, I spoke about several grants that we were in the process of, but those have been submitted, and we have made tremendous strides with both regional and state agencies. So just to give a quick recap on where we stand with those, We submitted a $2 million grant request for acquisition funding to the Rivers and Mountains Conservancy. The city of Fullerton is one of the very few communities that actually is part of the Rivers and Mountains Conservancy. And under Prop 1, we had the opportunity to apply for those funds. Decisions are pending on that grant application, and we expect a notification sometime this spring. In addition to that, in early February, we submitted an additional $2 million request through the California Department of Parks and Recreation under the Land and Water Conservation Fund. And again, that's a pending decision. We expect a decision sometime before the end of the fiscal year. In addition to that, we've been working through somewhat of a long process under the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They have an open space acquisition program as well. And we have completed two of the steps to get to that. And recently, the city was able to meet with the Wildlife Conservation Board in Sacramento to talk about that application. I think it was a very, very positive meeting. I think the Wildlife Conservation Board, which is the ultimate funding authority over the Department of Fish and Wildlife, was extremely impressed by where the city had taken this West Coyote Hills project in terms of, completing the environmental and the tremendous work that the community has provided for support of the project. And not only were they impressed, but the Wildlife Conservation Board, I would say, is this sort of nucleus in terms of how they provide input into other state and regional agencies. Staff from the Wildlife Conservation Board that we met with the executive, the assistant executive director, as well as the acquisitions manager. They sit on the Rivers and Mountains Conservancy, which we have an application in. They also sit on the Caltrans boards, which also have money for these type of programs. And then lastly, they also sit on Orange County Transportation Board for the environmental mitigation program. So they are a tremendous resource, and they believe in this. Subsequent to the meeting that the city had, 2 days later, they were here for a site visit. So I think that says a lot about sort of where they believe this project is. So I would just applaud the work that the city's done. I would applaud the work that the community's done to support the project. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update.
Great. Thanks so much.
Yes, the Coyote Hills has been designated a project of special interest. Is that the right designation?
Yes, it has. Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions for Heather? Thanks, Heather, for coming tonight. We appreciate all your work on that.
Thank you.
Great. And again, we'll discuss that is item number 16, and so we'll have a full discussion on that item when it comes up on item number 16. So now we have no appointments, so we'll go ahead and move to our consent calendar. Again, just to be clear, items 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, and 12 have been pulled. Is there a member of the council that would like to pull any other item?
I'll move the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. So we'll go ahead and go to item number 2. Ms. City Clerk, can you tell me who pulled this? A member of the public.
It was me. Let me close this out. My name is David Curley. I've been pulling these check registers for some time. Back in December, a discussion came up over city memberships, and this is a list that they supplied to you, and one of the memberships on the list is the Orange County Business Council, and that was the item was continued to early February for further discussion. So at that meeting, they only came back to you to renew 4 of these, and I believe you voted down on all of them. But nowhere on that list does it say Orange County Business Council. Does it say vote no or yes? But the key sentence is here at the top. Memberships on the fiscal year calendar billing cycle will be agendized for discussion and consideration in June. So all those others that were on that first list should have come back to you guys in June to discuss and decide if you want to keep. 10 days after that February meeting, they renewed the Orange County Business Council for another year. I hope you're starting to realize the level of incompetence coming from the city manager's office. I mean, this is not rocket science. They should be able to figure out that that was not on the list. This was supposed to come back in June for discussion. And, you know, time and time again, they just ignore what you guys request. I mean, this is relatively small expenditure, but, you know, they do whatever they want. And this form of government, it's a mockery to the process. If you guys are going to talk about this and invite public comments, and they're going to do whatever they wish, what's the point? Why be on the council if they're going to do whatever they wish? It's very sad. So I hope you will hold him greater accountable in the future, because, like I said, it's $5,000, but he's done much bigger numbers in the past. So, thank you.
Are there any other speakers from the public on this issue? Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council then. And I will just clarify that that membership in Orange County Business Council is on a fiscal year calendar, not a calendar year cycle. So that payment to the Orange County Business Council was for 2015-16, and that will be a membership along with the others that come due at the fiscal year. That will be on the list of memberships to review for whether or not we rejoin in 2016-17. That was the discussion. Are there further comments from council?
Yes. One thing I'd like to see when that comes before us again to discuss is the rationale, what it is of value that we receive from being a member of the OCBC.
Yep, absolutely. Any other comments? Do I have a motion?
I move that we receive and file the report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll go ahead to item number 3. Did a member of the public pull this as well? Mr. Package, I believe you pulled this item.
Basically, my question was answered. I want to know when he's going to come and give us the update on April
Great.
19th. So thank you very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak on this item?
Good evening, Council. My name is Jane Rands. Yes, I would like to speak on this because, unfortunately, Mr. Fells, the demographer was presenting at the public meetings that the council would not be making a decision on the map at the April 19th meeting. It was a public hearing for people to give input, and there's potentially opportunities to really to get direction from council and from the public and to work on maps before the approval in June. I can't recall who asked about that tonight, but that is what was presented to the public at those meetings. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Are there more public speakers on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. And I don't think that was inconsistent with what you said, Mr. Fells.
Yeah, to be clear, I believe that's exactly what I said, that April 19th, you're going to hear a full presentation of all of the maps.
Right.
And provide input to Mr. Ely, and then the final decision is June. But I would characterize that as an important meeting to have input into all of the maps and all the options you're going to be discussing. So just want to be clear about that.
Great, thanks. Are there other comments from the council?
I would like to mention that one of our speakers this evening has suggested that we move the meeting back a week or continue it for a week or 2 weeks, it would be, due to the fact that that's an election night. Are we able to do that? Because there are some time constraints.
The June 7th meeting is actually to call the election and any ballot measures that are going on that date, which is normally when we do it as the first meeting in June, and we potentially have one more ballot measure that we'll be calling that same night.
So if you don't if we don't deal with this definitively by June 7th, it cannot appear on the ballot in November.
It can go at the second June meeting if you like, but traditionally we've done it the first meeting in June every election year.
I have a feeling we're going to move it to the second meeting in June. That's just a feeling I get.
Well,
and if I could, is there a chance, has Mr. Ely mentioned whether he can be here for the second meeting in May?
He can be here for the second meeting in May. He is unavailable for the first meeting in May. I am unsure of his availability for the second meeting in June.
Okay, so maybe I could ask you, Mr. City Manager, to go ahead and find out his availability on alternate dates, because I can understand you wouldn't want to first have the opportunity to make a final decision on the last possible day that we could, that we could make that decision. So it looks like maybe we need to find out if he can be there the second meeting in May. So we have an opportunity to adequately deal with that. Okay, are there other comments?
That was what I was going to address, so that's
Great.
fine.
Okay. Then if there's not further discussion, do I have a motion?
I'll move to receive and file.
Great, and I would second it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, and we'll go to item number 5. And did a member of the public pull this?
I believe so. We also had information submitted for the record, so I just wanted to make a note of that.
Okay.
The email came through earlier.
Ready?
Please.
Name's Richard Dwyer, longtime resident. Okay, Lucinda, who's the one that put this on the agenda? Was it you or was it somebody else?
I'm sorry, if you can address your comments to us, and if you have questions, I will try to get those answered.
I think you just answered that for me. Okay, it's a violation of the Constitution, of which you're all sworn to protect, to violate the First Amendment or rights of citizens. If you're going to censor somebody, you want to censor Jan Fleury. Let's see, let's go over some of her statements in the past in the city council chambers to citizens. Sucking on the government's tit. Mother didn't breastfeed Travis Kiger enough during the election. That was really nice. You said to me, I take you to my house and you shit on my carpet. You don't like stronger, older women. And this is coming from a woman who's an attorney. And she's an attorney of family law. Are you trying to be a female Donald Trump or something? All right. I got major dirt on Fells, Chafee, and Fleury. And come election time, I want to get up and I want to talk about that. One big issue I have right now is this guy just told me, he just emailed this file to her yesterday, and he has it on the computer. You guys won't even let me put stuff on this computer. And you're violating my rights doing that. All right. I can't wait till election time because I will be exposing everything I know about these people and bring all the facts and all the proof I need. If you want to shut me up, I'll just go get me an attorney and I'll sue the city for violating my First Amendment rights. Interrupting the speakers and cutting their talking time or violations of the First Amendment rights.
I am going to interrupt you because this is
stop the
about...
clock.
No, you need to speak to the agenda item.
That's what I am. It's all about the decorum of this forum. What part am I not talking about?
What would you like to change on the decorum item that we're dealing with tonight?
That you don't violate any First Amendment rights of the citizens. You don't shut them up. You don't take away their minutes. You don't censor them. You don't take away their right to put files on the computer. You don't try to hide things from the public. And that's what you've been doing for the last 2 years with everything I've tried to do. You always cut me off. You take away my time from the thing, and you get away with it every time. You're not going to do it anymore, because if you do it again, I'll just get an attorney and I'll sue the city for violation of my Brown Act and violation of the Brown Act and my First Amendment rights. That's what I'm talking about. You want to change all the rules of and look at the way she behaves. That's the one you want to correct. You want to change her behavior, and don't worry about us, because you're just violating our rights. You have 2 lawyers up there that know better. You and you. You both know that you have a responsibility to follow the rules of the Constitution. And by taking away our First Amendment rights, that's a no-no, and you know better.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening again, Barry Levinson. These rules have been in place for an awfully long time. And quite frankly, it's a little suspicious that right before an election year, you're deciding to clamp down on what we as citizens can do. There's about maybe a dozen, maybe 2 dozen people tonight that under your new rules would be could be thrown out of this place for polite clapping after a speaker disrupting nothing, but you want to control that. That sounds like somebody who's somewhat of a control freak. Can't think of another word, but to want to control polite clapping. You want to do away with Mr. Embriano's camera. You want to put him in the back. Why? He's bothering nobody. He's blocking nobody. Is he? Nobody's blocked, not even in the front row. Why do you want to put him back there? It's all political. And it is a violation of our First Amendment rights. And none of you should be voting for this. It really is disgusting. You really are a bunch of arrogant people that think you can do things like that. You just don't like the fact that there's some people like myself and Mr. Embriano that use this opportunity to tell it like it is. So you're fighting back dirty, because that's the only way you people know how to fight back. Dirty. Not with the facts, not caring about the people. Clapping is a problem. Really. You cut back, I think I read somewhere that on the public items, the big issues, where you normally would have 5 minutes, which is not adequate. If it's a serious, complicated issues, to speak on it 5 minutes is not enough. You're cutting it back to 3. But let me tell you, a lot of people here don't realize that before basically Mayor Chafee became mayor, there were very rarely public presentations. Once in a blue moon. But most of the times it was like tonight. But since Councilman Chafee was mayor, it seems like almost every time there's 3, 4, 5, taking an hour sometimes or more. And then when the public comments come, and if there's more than 15 people or 10 people, it's going to take more than 30 minutes. Right away, people like Ms. Fitzgerald come up and say, ooh, 30 minutes. We can't waste the public. We got business to do. Well, you just wasted an hour, because most of those presentations, although deserving of the people, of nothing against some of the people that get the awards, but they shouldn't be done here. They should be done at a different time and place, or at the end of the meeting, not at the beginning of the meeting. And then who do you go against? You go against the people. You represent us, and yet every one of your actions shows just the opposite. Shame on you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jane Rands. Again, I'd like to ask for some changes to this, please. First of all, I'd like to say in support of Section 22D at the end, where it was added that clearly stating what already is in the Brown Act, that a council member must state the reason for recusing themselves prior to leaving the dais. And I also like the added bit that our clerk then will be also tracking those recusals for public record. However, some of the things that I'm not so happy about, specifically the decorum section at the beginning, I'm concerned about removing clapping or about disallowing clapping in the chamber, treating this as prohibited behavior because it's uncivil. I think we're going to end up finding that based on previous cases, specifically I was reviewing Acosta versus the city of Costa Mesa. I went to an appeal, and there were clear statements citing previous cases that I believe will be able to challenge the prohibition of clapping as being unconstitutionally overbroad and unnecessarily sweeps a substantial amount of non-disruptive protected speech or expressive conduct within its prohibitive language. So I'd like you to reconsider that. I also question how that would be enforced when MAD comes to give awards to our police officers for what I colloquially like to refer to as shooting fish in a barrel, but for citing people for drunk driving. People will want to applaud when people receive awards for their volunteerism. People want to applaud. How will we selectively enforce this? I don't think that is going to pass constitutional muster as well if we selectively enforce what you can and cannot clap for. As well, it serves to allow people who either don't have the ability to speak for themselves because maybe a language barrier or a disability to signal their support for an item when someone else speaks. In taking the position that they favor. And as well, of course, it reduces the amount of people that have to come up and speak if people can sit in the audience and register their support for what someone else is saying. And as well, with the sign issue, I'm glad that was recognized as a problem because there was a council meeting, I recall, and when the council was meeting in temporary next door at the library, and Curtis Gamble was removed by then Sergeant Rudisil for holding a sign in public because one of the council members found that offensive. I'm glad that you're making it clear that that is constitutionally protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Sean Payton. I have a lot of concerns with this resolution, and I've sent all of you an email or a letter. I trust you received it.
We all have gotten it.
Okay, good. So those are the more ticky-tack ones where we can work it out, and the provision could be fixed. You are not fixing the section regarding clapping. And just for everyone in the audience who doesn't know what we're talking about, this is what the change is going to be. Quote, to encourage citizen participation and expression of all points of view, clapping, booing, or shouts of approval or disagreement from the audience are not allowed. Failure to comply with decorum rules may result in removal from city council chambers or meeting stoppage. Again, this runs in a huge problem with the First Amendment here. And I mentioned something Jane Rands made because I was going to mention that myself. During presentations, people clap. When every single one of you was sworn in, and I know because I was at all of your swearing in, people clap. And if the city decorum rules prohibit people from clapping during agenda items and they don't enforce it during presentations or swearing-ins, then you have a content-based distinction, and it's not permissible. So we're just not going to be able to allow clapping at all. Even then, you have problems. I cited a case for you. It was Norse versus City of Santa Cruz. If the concern here is disruption, then what you prevent is actual disruption. Actual disruption is not potential disruption. It does not mean constructive disruption, technical disruption, nunc-pro-tunc disruption, or imaginary disruption. The city cannot define disruption so as to include non-disruption. For example, that sign right there is not disruption. You might not like it, but it's not disruption. He's not preventing anyone from coming in or out. He's not preventing anyone from speaking their mind. It's not disruption. And this council needs to not get in that issue. There's other cities that have this clapping restriction. One of them is the city of Riverside, and they just paid out $50,000 to settle a lawsuit by an activist named Letitia Pepper, who was forcibly removed from a council meeting for clapping. There's an article about it in the Riverside Press Enterprise dated November 5th, 2015. So, and it really is giving people an opportunity to speak their mind through the clapping, it's a way of letting people know and express their position that might not feel comfortable coming up here in front of the dais. A lot of people are nervous about speaking in public, and that's the way that they handle it. Also, I've got the other issues that I addressed. The other thing I would just mention is, actually, you know what? No, that's it. Do not implement this at all. This needs to be stricken completely. And I hope you take a look at the other requests that I made as well.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, David Curley. I'm going to open this here. I mainly have some housekeeping items that I want to point out. But first, I have a question, and I want to go about this as nice as I can. Mayor Fitzgerald, I'll wait for you to stop talking. I have a question for you. This past December, the time limit for public hearings was 10 minutes for the public to speak. When you became mayor, it very quietly and quickly was reduced to 5 minutes. That could be a coincidence. I don't know. But now it's going to be reduced to 3 minutes. So, it looks very suspicious that you are behind this. If you're not, then say so when I'm done speaking. As for the other items, I sent Lucinda an email on a couple of them. This is Section 6, projector use, since I'm mainly the only person who uses it. The materials should be submitted by noon on the preceding business day. This doesn't work if City Hall is closed Friday and Monday is a holiday. There is no preceding business day once the agenda comes out. So that should be changed. Another section, and I understand it's most likely for fire safety, says a maximum of 140 people in this room, and with no requirement to provide overflow seating. It says the staff may provide it, but what happens when person 141 arrives? Are they automatically barred from attending, or will someone open up overflow space in the library? That's not clarified. If we have to pull out a speaker slip on every item before the meeting starts, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to speak on until the meeting or the item is discussed. I'm not going to be able to determine that beforehand, and I wouldn't do this to be disruptive, but I would have no choice but to pull every single item off the consent calendar and the regular business items, and then it would probably drag the meeting out till 11 or 12, and I'd rather go home and sleep, as would all of you, but if that's what you guys want to do, that's going to be the consequence, I'm afraid. My last comment is, why would the city manager have the discretion whether or not to record special meetings? That was a fiasco last November. I don't know why you would give him that authority to decide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers on this issue? Then we'll go ahead and bring it back to council.
As I approach the podium. Thank you.
It's hard telling. You're
Well, I
moving
guess
around so
this is the reason for this ordinance being proposed. I'm not blocking anyone's view. I may be stepping on some toes, but I have a right to do that. People died and bled out barefoot in the snow. That's why that flag is red, white, and blue, Ms. Fitzgerald. Don't wrap yourself in that red, white, and blue flag if you're going to push these kinds of suggestions to become enacted by this governing body. That tripod, that's not a fire hazard, and I'll get a press pass. I'll make sure the tripod continues because full disclosure of these meetings is totally important to the benefit of the community at large. I don't understand what the problem is. We had almost a riot situation here when the Kelly Thomas protests were going, and this was never raised. I know it's election time. Some people want to cling to their power for selfish reasons, not for the benefit of the community. The First Amendment stands, and it's going to stand. It'll be challenged. I think it reflects very poorly. I honestly think that it is political suicide for you to vote for this right now. You know, I don't have a lot of time on my hands with a family, and when I try to open up an agenda item in Google Chrome and it doesn't want to open, as we spend $20 million a month running this city, and so between breaks and between children and between responsibilities, I've got to go into Explorer and pull it up and try to find a way to make that bizarre PDF print. So I don't get it. Why are you all wanting to hide everything? I mean, I thought we were all a community. You wrap yourself in the flag. You act like you're all into this community and this Love Fullerton thing. And there's nobody here getting out of line. If they are, Dan Hughes is here, and he can get one of his guys on him. I don't think I've ever seen anybody removed from this council chamber in the 3 or 4 years that I've been coming here. I've never seen a problem that warrant this. But I know you don't like me, and I know you don't like my signs. But you know what? I have a right to do that. And people can come in here and challenge my signs with their signs. It's not disruptive. Nothing's being distracted from. And, you know, thank God for the internet. Thank God for YouTube. And, you know, if you don't want to let us have access to this thing, I don't understand. Can I bring my laptop in here and plug it in? Do I have to give you a day and a half heads up notice so you can dismantle my points like an erector set with plenty of warning? Can I come in here just like you guys do and blindside us? I mean, isn't this how the balance of power between the people and the government maintains itself in a healthy manner? I mean, there has to be objectivity. There has to be openness. There has to be transparency. And you have to give us the opportunity. If you're going to spend $20 million a month of our money and you don't want us telling you, boo, no way, Jose, what are we supposed to do? What's the other remedy? It's pretty obvious. Anyway, the ballot box is coming in November, and anybody that votes for this either needs to be removed from office in November or recalled, because this is the ultimate slap in the face to the American way. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers on this issue? Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back to City Council. I believe that I have worked very closely with staff on this revision to our decorum resolution, and I know Ivy Sy, our attorney, is here, and there you are, Ivy. So I know you have a few things to say about it, and I'll just say before Ivy comes up that this is done every few years here in town, and it is to organize all of the rules relating to decorum into one resolution to iron out some inconsistencies and to make sure that everyone who comes to council feels able to express their opinion. And this can be, I mean, for some of us, we're used to being called all kinds of names and being booed at and cheered at and whatever. But many people who come to council to discuss items important to them aren't used to it. And it can be a very intimidating experience for them. So that really informed how we are trying to modify the decorum initiative. But Ivy, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Fitzgerald and council members. Yes, city staff did work with us on these revisions. We were careful to protect First Amendment rights of free speech, and in fact, the intent was to enhance efficiency and the conduct of city business while enhancing full public participation. And so that's why we have rules relating to the speaker slips and the decorum to protect everybody's right, whether or not it's popular or not. And I have reviewed Mr. Payton's letter, and I do not see any legal issues with this resolution.
Okay. And in these revisions, I just want to be clear, you can still bring signs to City Council. You can still videotape council meetings. There is an allowance for the press.
That is correct. There's no prohibition, and everything is content neutral. There are just rules so that nothing is a distraction, and nobody would be removed absent an actual disruption. Mm-hmm. Nobody's been removed tonight, and this really is a culmination and an update reflecting current procedures and the current process.
Another question I have is in Chapter 2 under decorum, it talks about approval or disagreement from the council are not allowed. What would you think if we changed those words "not allowed" to "discouraged"?
That would be perfectly.
The point is to encourage civility, to allow everyone to state their own opinion, and
that would be a perfectly acceptable revision.
Great. Thanks.
And Mayor Fitzgerald, I would also state that we eliminate clapping from that as well, because several of the speakers have made the very legitimate point that clapping occurs many times in this chamber. And I think it would be impossible to enforce, so I would suggest to the council that we remove that. If I could go through some of the other things. Regarding the signs, I have heard the complaints, but there have been occasions when a member that is sitting in this chamber right now thoroughly intimidated Sharon Quirk Silva when she came to our chamber to speak by holding a sign not 4 feet away from her. The same individual did it at a time when a member of Eastside Christian Church appeared. And so with the current change in the ordinance, people who carry signs are given an opportunity to display those signs. They are not prevented from doing that. But I'm also thinking of a time when we had the issue of the comfort women. And there were probably 30 people in the audience who were holding up signs, blocking other people's views. And it was very, very intimidating to speakers. So I support the sign ordinance as redrafted. I also want to thank Jane Rands for coming up and being specific about the changes that she would like to see in the ordinance, as opposed to just a broadcast of discontent over the whole thing. To go down, I hear Mr. Curley's remark having to do to submit the materials to the city clerk's office no later than noon on the business day preceding the meeting. That would be a difficulty. And I would like to see a change in the ordinance that suggests that where City Hall is closed on Friday and then Monday is a holiday, that materials be submitted by noon on the meeting day. I think that would be reasonable and not something that was egregious. Then, moving along, submitting a speaker slip. I also have been moved to speak at various city council meetings as agenda items came up and comments were made. So I think that the speaker slip should be submitted prior to the closing of the public hearing on an agenda item. So before council begins to speak on the issue, but before the public hearing is closed, that submitting a speaker slip by that time should be sufficient, and I would recommend a change in that. Then if we look at page 4, number C, the fourth line, public comments on items not on the agenda. During public comments section, members of the public may address the city council regarding items not appearing on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction. In other words, the two words of the should be eliminated, because you don't talk about subject matter of the jurisdiction, it's subject matter jurisdiction. Pardon me?
I think it makes sense.
No, it's ask Ivy. She'll back me up.
I'm agreeable with that change, yes.
Yeah. Then the only, let's see, regarding public comments on regular business, I think that should not be limited to 3 minutes per item. I do recall many times in the past, though, that when people begin to repeat themselves and you were hearing the same thing over and over again, the mayor should have the ability to say that the hearing is closed except for those people who have something new to contribute to the conversation. And the reason is that there are many members of the public, those of you sitting in the back right now, who have business before this council, and that business is impeded by the fact that you've got 16 people getting up and saying the same thing over and over again. So I think there needs to be some control with that. But if you have something new and provocative and something that is pertinent to the issue at hand, you should have 5 minutes to address the council. In fact, that is actually dealt with in section F, 2 paragraphs later. The presiding officer, and I didn't understand this sentence, the presiding officer debate as to repetitive or irrelevant remarks. Now that sentence needs to be reworked. It probably should say the presiding officer can limit debate as to repetitive or irrelevant remarks so that everyone has a chance to speak and to expedite the business at hand. Would that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Makes sense to me.
Okay.
Makes a determination.
I don't know if Bruce is saying yes or you were
Makes
saying
a determination as to.
And I believe that's the intent, is to be able to,
right.
The presiding officer has the ability to limit conversations repetitive or
right. I would
irrelevant.
absolutely support that.
I agree with that.
So
And
makes
then-
a determination as to.
Yes.
Okay.
Publication. Okay, I think those were my comments, and I would move to adopt this resolution as amended in my comments.
May I make one brief comment with respect to the speaker slip thing? Just so it's clear, the speaker slip process is not to control your speech. It's rather to make the minutes clear. You're not required, it says should submit a speaker slip. If you don't submit a speaker slip, you can still speak. The idea is we've received complaints over the years, not only this, the other cities, that we don't get people's names correct.
Yeah.
And so therefore it's done as that convenience for the clerk. If you want to stand up and speak and not give a speaker slip, you have no legal requirement to do so. It simply says should, and it's done for the clarity of the minutes. That's the only reason it's there.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem, and I will second your motion. And I know Ivy, I don't know if you've been keeping track of all of her amendments, but I have as well, so we can state those clearly. Are there other comments from council members?
Yes.
Mr. Chafee?
Yeah, much of this is already in our rules. It's simply trying to organize it better. On the decorum thing, I would suggest a rewording. All persons shall observe civility, decorum, and good behavior. That's already in our rules. That is not a change. I would change it at that point to say, citizen participation and expression of all points of view shall be encouraged. Unruly or disruptive conduct may result in removal from council chambers or meeting stoppage. And just leave it at that. I wouldn't try to define it in terms of clapping or booing or anything else like that. Just if it becomes to a point where it's obviously disruptive, you can't continue the meeting. And so I would try to describe it more generically. In fact, when I was mayor, one time we did have quite a disruption in the audience. No one was removed. Rather, I called timeout and went in the back and came back out in about 15 minutes. Everything had quieted down. We continued the meeting and it went ahead fine. So this depends on how you preside at the meeting. It's not my intent to throw someone out unless they're disruptive or hurting someone else or infringing on someone else's free speech. There are other ways of handling that. So I would suggest that and get rid of the clapping issue altogether.
Okay, thank you.
And I would support that and would amend my motion accordingly.
I would agree with that as well. Mr. Seaborn.
Yeah, there's a lot of good suggestions offered up by the public as well as council members. I would just move that we continue this so that it can come back in its in a revised version so that we can see it in black and white and the public has a chance to see what these revisions actually look like.
If that's a motion, I would second that motion, but I do have a few comments as well. One of the, I note that the last time that this was changed was 2012, which was also a presidential election year, and I was a member of the council at that time. One of the reasons stated earlier by Ms. Tsai was to enhance efficiency, but my first read through this, I see it went from probably 5 pages to now 9 pages of text. I find many of the entries to be redundant, completely unnecessary. I mean, the earlier statement, decorum, all persons shall observe civility, decorum, and good behavior, pretty much covers it. We also have rules governing the behavior of a presiding officer, which are inherent, which are backed up by city attorneys at our meetings. To me, this creates a more fertile playground, really, for challenges and for legal objections, the more that we expand this matter. Now, I know it's very difficult sometimes to summarize things, but we recognize that brevity, that there's a genius in brevity. The Gettysburg Address is an excellent example of that. So just from first principles, I understood as I read through, there may have only been one minor change here required by legal norms, or at least current legal requirements. And I would suggest we could enhance efficiency by just not dealing with this at all, just moving forward, making maybe the one minor change necessary to conform legally. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this flurry of red coming at me in this thing is very off-putting. And as I read it, it's I don't see where it improves or enhances virtually anything. It's going to create the kind of blowback that we've heard some of tonight. So leave well enough alone.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the table to pass this as amended, and those amendments include changing the clapping and booing, taking that out, and instead referring it to as unruly or disruptive behavior, allowing for holidays so that you can submit your presentations on noon of the day of the meeting, filling out speaker slips before the end of public hearings on items, also having the presiding officer make a determination as to repetitive or irrelevant remarks, and 5 minutes for regular agenda items. That's the motion on the floor. Is there further?
The motion I thought was a substitute motion.
It actually wasn't a substitute motion.
There was a motion to continue.
And bring it back as amended, but the chair can call that as you want to call it. It's my impression that Mr. Seaborn's motion was
to continue
the matter, bringing it back, all the corrections you just made. It's up to you. You can vote on that if you want, but that's the
Okay.
motion on the floor.
All right. So we'll vote on the substitute motion first. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, is that to continue?
To continue.
And do we have a date certain?
Next meeting.
Okay, aye.
Okay. And those opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
And then, just for clarification's sake, Madam Mayor, you read into the record a series of changes. Can we assume by this motion and your statements that we should then incorporate in that resolution all these changes that were made this evening?
That was my impression. Was it your impression?
It was. I just want to make sure
Okay.
we're all.
That was my intent.
Great.
Okay.
All right, we'll go on to item number 6. Miss City Clerk, who pulled this item?
Good evening, David Curley. I'm really confused why this is on the consent calendar at all. It's basically transferring ownership of all the former redevelopment property to the city, and this is hardly routine business. Their own notes, I believe it said 56 parcels or 56 properties, and I looked at the map of most of them are in the downtown area. You could make the argument that it's 5 or 10% of the total land in downtown, and this is being pushed through as a consent calendar item. I don't understand that. I think, well, two things. I think it would benefit from, we have 2 attorneys on the council. I think both of you have real estate experience. I think it would behoove everybody, and you guys and the public, for you guys to at least have a basic look at the documents to see if everything looks appropriate. The other thing that concerns me, in the agenda letter, they admit that I guess this is a long-range property management plan submitted to the state. I believe it's the Department of Finance. The first one that was submitted was rejected, so they had to revise it in December 2015, but that's not included in your agenda materials, so who knows what that says. I mean, I'm sure someone has it, but it ought to be included with the materials so it can be properly reviewed. I would ask you to continue this to the next meeting and come back with all the documents, and also change the suggestion in the agenda letter to have the full council make the call on this, not the mayor and the city manager, apparently by themselves. So if you would consider that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more public speakers on this item?
Yes, please. Thank you. Again, my name is Jane Rands. I support what Mr. Curley's asking for to review this further, and would like a little more information about what the implications are. But there is one particular project I would like to ask for a change to, and that is well, maybe it's a question, though, too. Do the development rights carry over with this transfer? The Amherst Court project, I believe, is in its 9th entitlement or something like that. I would like to have our council please reconsider that entitlement. I believe it's Pelican Lang that has the sole right to develop on that property. And I believe that with this transfer, that gives you an opportunity to make a change to that without waiting for it to expire. And as well, there may be some other considerations, some changed uses that we may want to discuss. I'm not sure what all those implications are, and that's why I would support discussing this further in detail on each individual property. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other public speakers on this item?
Joe Imbriano. The city is quite the landowner. And fortunately, there are things that have been codified at the state and federal level to protect us against what you do with what really belongs to us. And one of the things that I really feel is happening here is that Fullerton is getting ready for a lot of for sale signs. I would ask that this be continued. And before we bring any of these things forward, I'd like to see a distinction of what's going to be retained for government use, what's going to be retained for sale, and what's going to be retained for future development. You are the ones who make the decisions with our money to serve the people that elect you. And public use of public property is tantamount to my stand on everything that I believe in. Government does not exist to rob Peter and pay fat Paul. But it certainly has turned out that way. These properties are not replaceable. We don't even have the money to put a bathroom downtown for the homeless people. Excuse me, but we've got plenty of property to sell because we don't think we need to take care of people in this community. Sale, that's what's going on here. Fullerton's for sale, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's going on. That's what this is all about. This is just basically getting everything ready to package it up and in one way, shape, or form, build Agenda 21 housing, and I'll say it again, Agenda 21 housing, stack them and pack them, 10-story buildings, getting us out of our cars, getting us out of our backyards, getting us into high-rise housing with no grass and no dirt and nothing but TV screens around us. So this needs to be continued and brought back. And we really need an audit committee. And Ms. Fitzgerald, I'll make this statement. I don't understand how you can oppose an audit committee when you're on the bond oversight committee for the high school district. That comment may be a bit out of line, but it's very relevant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry Levinson. What is quite clear, and what we all that are here deserve an answer from the dais, is this is clearly not, and should not have been, a consent item on the consent item calendar, period. Quite clearly, it's not a regular point of business. It's not some regular thing that doesn't need to be discussed. It's quite the contrary. And I think, Mayor, you have, or somebody else, or city manager, whoever's responsible for having this on the consent calendar, and I understand it just takes the city manager and or you, ma'am, to put it on there. So I'm assuming you wanted it there. I don't know anybody else on the because that's the way you'd handle business, is my understanding. So I think we deserve an answer of why you put this there, because quite frankly, it shouldn't be. And unfortunately, what Mr. Embriano just said is true. Fullerton is for sale. And the city manager even admitted the last meeting that he, at the library board, put forward the sale of the Hunt Branch Library as a sole source bid. And you said it yourself, you're on record, sir, so you can make all the faces you like, but it's the truth from your own mouth. And Fullerton is for sale, and I think, getting back to the point, we need an explanation as to why you had the audacity to put this on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other public speakers? Okay, if not, we'll bring it back to council. Mr. City Manager, perhaps you could give us a summary of this, and then as a council we can discuss it.
Yeah, this is the final step in a 5-year process, and I think to characterize this as not being done in over a number of years and a lot of detail and discussion, virtually every city in California. So I think that's an entirely unfair characterization. This is a process that's been controlled by the state. This is the final administrative act following the submission of what is their term, the long-range property management plan, to place these properties back in the control of the city. It does nothing other than identify those parcels that were former redevelopment agency, and it then authorizes the council to take the final action to retain control of those properties, nothing more, nothing less. And so this concludes a 5-year process that has a separate oversight boards of which this council is represented by Mr. Chafee and other citizens, and brings this whole 5-year process to a conclusion. There will be decisions to be made with these parcels that's identified in the agenda letter. Those will come at future dates. The majority of these are public parking lots, and it again keeps those public parking lots or returns those to control of the city council. So that's what this is.
Great. Thanks so much.
Mayor Fitzgerald,
Yes.
if I might. I think this agenda letter was very, very specific about what was being asked to be done here, and it is virtually nothing more than a ministerial act. And certain people in the audience may take offense, but when the redevelopment agency was dissolved, these properties, and we're talking about a total of 56 parcels that are aggregated within 15 what they call identified assets. For example, in the Fullerton Station, Asset 5, City Hall Asset 7, let's see, I've lost my place and what I want to say here. In the Fullerton Transportation Center, for example, 13 of those 56 parcels are identified within that one asset. And this is nothing more than taking those pieces of property that were turned over to Fullerton's successor agency after the dissolution of redevelopment, and now they are being given to the city of Fullerton. The agenda letter clearly states that of the 15 identified assets, 10 of them are to be retained for governmental use. And then it says exactly what the governmental uses are: police station, city hall, public parking lots, Independence Park, Union Pacific Park, recreational trail, etc. And the 5 remaining assets identified in the long-range plan are proposed to be transferred to the city and retained for future economic development. For example, the Fox Block Fox Theater Complex, the Fox Block Public Parking Lot, the Amherst Court site, and the Fullerton Transportation Center. All of those will, not one of those remaining 5 assets will be dealt with unless they come before this city council for a full public hearing. So this is a ministerial act to return this property, which is held by the Fullerton successor agency, to the city of Fullerton so that we can get on with it. Has nothing to do with selling property or anything else. So I'm going to move the recommendation.
Thanks. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I will second it, if I may comment as well.
Okay.
As the representative on the Redevelopment Oversight Board, that's a board that fully complies with the Brown Act. It has an agenda. The meetings are publicized. The public is open to come if they wish. And we've had this talked about quite a bit. It's been agendized a number of times. It finally received its approval from the state Department of Finance, which is overseeing the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies. And as a temporary holding pattern, we call ourselves the successor agency. Well, now we're just getting rid of that. It's putting it into the title of the city so we can actually do something with these properties in the future, all of which in the future not only will be the subject of public meetings, but I believe also the Department of Finance will again have to weigh in if there's some change to the designation. This is just a step that we must take if we're to deal with these properties, get them back on the tax rolls in some cases. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Seaborn, Mr. Whitaker?
I have just a couple of comments, and I'd like to take a very brief walk through history on this, if I could, just to make sure I understand it correctly. These were, in some cases, properties owned by the city, in some cases by the redevelopment agency. And then hang on. Stand by. And then, before, and as we saw the legislation come through in Sacramento that was going to do away with redevelopment, many of these properties were all transferred into the successor agency. Some of them before that were city-owned. I remember the meeting being out in there, watching the council deal with it at that time. So the redevelopment's gone. Successor agency is now going away, and these need to be put back in under the umbrella of the Fullerton City Council, the taxpayers of Fullerton. And then some of these may or may not be disposed of in some fashion. So is Fullerton for sale? Maybe there are a few parcels in here. That's not what we're dealing with at this moment, though. If that is incorrect, please correct me.
I know what you're referring to, and the spirit of what you said is correct. There was a lot of actions going on 5 years ago, so what you've said is correct.
Mr. Whitaker?
Well, the process may have begun 5 years ago, but really this is about 3.5 years in, I think, since the dissolution of redevelopment agencies. And one of the speakers, I believe it was Ms. Rands, brought up the question about the seemingly endless extensions for the proposed Pelican project on the 2 city-controlled parking lots. Is there an opportunity to look at that again in this transfer, as she suggested?
Not as part of this transfer, but so those entitlements and the agreements were extended in recognition of the property being frozen, both for that parcel and also in the transportation center project with the JMI group that we have an agreement with. But all of those will come back for future council decisions.
So the potential value of the earlier approval as a redevelopment agency project is completely transferable to the city. Is that your legal read on it?
The agreements, the prior agreements, have been continued with the city council. I believe we have on both of those projects, but there's an expiration date on those. I couldn't tell you when. Charles, maybe you can tell us the expiration date of those two projects, because those are the two that have are intermixed with this property.
Sure. Charles Kovac, housing manager. The two properties, Ambridge Court was extended last December. It has pretty much a language saying 12 months from the time that the long-range property management plan was approved, or December 31st of 2016. The property management plan was approved, I believe, on December 22nd, so that would be the target date for them to enter into a future amendment to the DDA to clear up all the issues that have occurred, including revised entitlements. And FTC.
Which is what?
FTC is? Fullerton Transportation Center Specific Plan, which was adopted in 2010. If I recall, it was June 16th of last year that an amendment was entered into at that time. It calls for, similar to the Ambridge Court, 1 year extension from the time that the property management plan was approved. But I believe there was also an option in there which gives a 6-month extension beyond that 1 year. So the 1 year, obviously, again, is December 22nd, 2015 was approved. So it would be December 22nd, 2016, with an option of an additional 6 months, which would be May 22nd of 2017. So those would be the deadlines associated with those two projects.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions for Charles while he's up here? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, if there's no further discussion, there's a motion and a second on the floor. So is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously, and we'll go on to item number 7, an update on city-owned properties. Did a member of the public pull this?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Mr. Package.
I apologize for taking your time on this. My computer's down, and I wasn't able to get into the document and check it out. So well, I have one specific question. What's the status of the property on Bass and Cherry by the cemetery and the school? That's it.
Great. Thanks so much. Are there other public speakers on this item?
Joe Briano. Once again, the city is a very substantial landowner. And one of the things that I would really like to see, you know, some people call me an idealist, but the reality is, as population is going to increase and they're forced to live here because of, basically you can't survive without an income because of the taxation system that's been foisted on us, because of property tax, income tax. You can't live on the land, so people are forced to live in the cities. 20, 30 years from now, these properties are going to be surrounded, and they're going to be so valuable. And I see so many things on this list, and I see so many places in this city that are out of service, out of sight, and on their way into private hands. And I want that to stop. I care about the children. I care about the future. I care about the quality of life, not just for me. And I'll mention this again, the people that died and bled out barefoot in the snow under a blue sky a couple hundred years ago. Give me the ability to go fishing and catch tuna in Mexico. Give some people here the ability to drink a $1,000 bottle of cognac, and give some people here the ability to watch the sunset because they're not chained to a cubicle looking at a computer. We have freedom, and we have responsibility. And with that responsibility comes foresight and vision, and it should not be superimposed by greed and self-serving ideologies. We have parkland in this city that needs to become expanded. We have facilities in this city that are in disrepair. We have people that are locked in their homes, staring at television screens with iPads in their laps, playing video games. We need more parkland, not less. We need more open space, not less. We need less development, not more. And we need to hang on to what we have. We shouldn't have to sell it out to pay our debt for people that want to spend an extra $100,000 on a ski boat and a barbecue island because we're paying their pensions. Enough's enough. People need to stand up for the residents. This is a fire sale in the making. I see the list, and Miss Fitzgerald and Miss Flory, we're trying to keep you all honest. This goes both ways. We're going to challenge you, and you need to come back and respond and come clean, and vice versa. But if I'm elected, we're not going to sell any more property. I should say when I'm elected, because I have a feeling we got a pretty good chance of getting me in there. Because the more people who hear what I have to say are going to like what they hear, in spite of your attempts to silence it. This community needs to serve each other. It doesn't need to exist for the benefit of the select few who have controlled the power structure and the information far too long. That's my position. We need to hang on to our land and not sell it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Barry Levinson. First off, and Councilman Whitaker, you can correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but I remember at least several times, and I remember recently, maybe the last meeting or several meetings ago, for the last time, you had mentioned that you had asked for a list of all the properties that we own that weren't readily known by yourselves and the public. And that was all you asked for, sir, a list, a description. But yet here, I'm looking at the list, and all of a sudden, I'm not making this up, this is your list here. You're talking about, well, we could sell this piece of property, like item, and it's funny, the recommendation for the small, pretty much unsellable lots, or we'll keep them. But the nice big lots that are worth millions, recommendation number 6. Mayor Fitzgerald, I'm troubled. You said to city manager earlier, can we think about selling, getting some funds from a library so we can help the library? Open the library. It's paid for. The Hunt Ranch Library is paid for. Open it. It's cost you the cost of the lights. Nobody was fired when that was closed down. The only additional cost would be electricity. And that ain't $1.3 million, as this council and this city has mentioned and has been reported in the paper. Bass and Cherry Library site. Let me read this to you real quick. This is your wording here. The property was originally purchased by the Library Foundation for the purpose of siting a new branch library. As the branch library was not feasible, doesn't say why it's not feasible, maybe because the city is mismanaged and never has any money, the foundation donated the property to the city. The property has a condition that it be used for library purposes. The Library Foundation agrees that the property should be sold. They gave it to us. Why? Who cares what they think? It's what we think should be important. It's now our property, correct? During the time FSD was considered purchasing the property, the neighboring property owner, Loma Vista Memorial Park, had contacted the city and expressed interest in the property. Following the decision by FSD, staff followed up with the Loma Vista owners, and they have confirmed they are interested in the property. They are meeting with legal counsel and will be providing a written statement indicating their interest. How about we have it as a library? How about we're so underserved with park space, it's a nice parcel, why don't we open it up as a park? I'll tell you why, because the city is so in debt, $2.8 million, 6% raises for the cops, 9% raises for the firemen, with no revenue to support it unless you build up all, like, as Joe says, all the tilt-ups. That's what you want it for. You did something, and now you don't know how to pay for it, and now the city is for sale. I find this troubling because this is not what was asked for. Obviously, this is what the city manager wanted, but not Councilman Whitaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Seeing no more members of the public wanting to speak on this item, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. And Mr. City Manager, if you want to start on your report on this item for us. I know we have for some time been talking as a council about all of the properties that you list here, and I appreciate the status that you've given us on each of them. Do you have any comments that you want to make?
Just a couple. Again, there's some recommendations in here that will be coming forward as we continue to develop the list. But mainly, this was to provide an update on those two properties. I should say three. The Ellis Place, which the council approved a request for qualifications process for the Fox block, and that is underway. And we have meetings scheduled with our partners over there, the Fox Foundation and Cynthia Peck. So that parcel is those parcels are included in this, and that update is in here. The others two with some activities, the Bass and Cherry Library site. There is a revisionary clause on the title that requires the foundation's approval of any actions. So they are being consulted closely. They did purchase the site initially, so you're required probably legally and ethically to talk to them before disposing with that property. And then the Meridian Club site, we're in. We give detail here about the status of that, and there's interest, and we're working closely with the Meridian Club owner, Mr. Greavy, on the actions related to both the property and then the improvements of which he owns. So those would be my overview of this.
Great, thanks so much. Is there a motion from the council? Further discussion?
I have some discussion. This was an answer to my request because it's important to me to have transparency on the part of the council. So when a city government has large holdings in land, I think it's really important to keep that fact in front of the public, to allow the public to know what's happening in regards to that. There needs to be a stated public purpose for municipal corporations such as the city to hold land, to sit on land. I've seen throughout the state of California over the last several decades, partly as a result of redevelopment, that many cities engage in land banking, and they take many, many properties off the tax rolls, out of private hands. And a city government can often uniquely, or a redevelopment agency, can uniquely sit on property for decades. And it can lead to or contribute to decay and lack of a well-rounded situation in many areas of a city. I don't believe cities should speculate in real estate. So it is important to me that where we don't have a stated public purpose, but we do have an asset, sometimes a valuable asset, that perhaps an open public process of returning that into private hands of some sort is what needs to happen. And I prefer much more for it to be an eyes wide open public process and not some kind of an under-the-table inside handoff to someone. That's what happens so frequently with redevelopment. Redevelopment agencies weren't required the same open processes that are required of city councils. But as time happens, institutional memory is lost. So I think it is important for the city, as far as providing the entire context of its financial dealings, to maintain an accurate and up-to-date list of all the real estate assets which are under control of the city and its arms. So that was my primary purpose for requesting this, so that the council members may be informed as to the entire holdings of the city, and that therefore the public can be informed, and going forward that we collectively make those decisions. It isn't really the role of anybody here in the city administration or city manager or council members, or any combination of them, to treat this as a private portfolio. This is all public land. So if there would be a proposal to manufacture any of these land assets into a public park, the information's out here now. If people want to make those proposals, it's certainly available. But I would argue that it isn't constructive for a city government to maintain a large portfolio of property over decades. It would be much better put to productive use, to more constructive use, to be put back on the tax rolls, and to allow the city to focus on its core business, which is providing services. not doing property management, not playing in real estate speculation, and not trying to control the local economy. Thank you.
I feel like I heard you say that you wanted to make a motion to receive and file.
Yes, I will make that motion.
I'll second.
Great. Okay, and under further discussion, Mr. Seaborn, did you have some?
I just wanted to add, I understand the concern out there, and I don't disagree that there is a lot of land here, and we do need to move cautiously with how it's handled. But that doesn't mean that we need to take another 100 years of holding on to these properties before we do anything. I would like to see some sort of resolution as to the disposition of this land and get it off our hands, or at least many of these off of our hands, and let them go to some other use and generate some tax revenue.
Great, thanks. If there's not further discussion, then there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll go to item number 9, and I don't know if anyone else pulled it. I know I pulled it. And the reason that I pulled item number 9 was because I wanted to recognize two of our partners in this, in these two projects. I wanted to recognize Orange County Supervisor Sean Nelson, who's been leading the effort for a county-wide system, and his office has been assisting us in planning efforts for this proposed addition to our bicycle system. And then in the audience tonight, if they've hung in there with us, we've got from Cal State Fullerton, Kim Abel. Kim, great. Thanks for being here tonight. Cal State Fullerton's supporting our efforts to improve bike access to the campus, and we really do appreciate your ongoing partnership. Ms. City Clerk, had someone else pulled this item? Okay. The item has been pulled. If there are members of the public who would like to speak on this item. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Councilman Seaborn moved it. I'll second it. Is there further discussion?
One question, clarification. I noticed in the materials that there is a proposed project for an underpass under Nutwood Avenue, and I failed to find the detail on precisely where that is planned or what parameters are involved in locating that underpass.
I read that as one of 3 improvement options.
Right.
Right.
Ms. Haluza, would you like to address that?
There isn't an identified project. Those are alternatives that would be studied
by the consultant.
By the consultant team.
Well, there's a timeliness in my concern, because one of the concerns about closing Nutwood for the Collegetown project is that an alternate proposal would maybe solve that issue and not require the closure of Nutwood Avenue. And that would be if there were an expanded underpass, which would allow all form of pedestrian traffic and perhaps a bike underpass as well under Nutwood. So I'd like, if that's being studied at least for bicycle purposes, that we look at that alternative, maybe a wider underpass, which would accomplish both goals.
Is there further discussion? Okay. I can't remember, did I just make a motion? And a second. Look at that. That's great. Okay. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We'll go ahead and move to item number 11. Ms. Williams, who pulled this item? Member of the public, perhaps? Okay.
Good evening, David Curley again. I understand Mr. Hoppy's immediate purpose for requesting, I guess it's M2 funding, to maintain alleys in this city. The problem with reconfiguring or renaming alleys as streets is that they've become, at least my reading of it, they become subject to the overnight parking ban. If you read the text up there, they refer to any street or highway. So if you go down further in this same section, street or highway means a way or place other than an alley, publicly maintained and open to the public to use for the movement of vehicles. If you delete the definition of an alley, or you stop recognizing alleys and they become streets, then that exception has no meaning. So they then would be subject to citation for overnight parking unless you guys change this. So that's pretty much the gist of it. I'll let you guys decide what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more public speakers on this item?
Joe Imbriano. I grew up in Garden Grove, and I remember Tuesday mornings. And the street sweeper came by, and right behind it was the ticket car. That's what's going on here. This is another racket getting set up. What's going to happen is eventually you're going to take control of these things if this thing goes through. And then we put up the no parking signs for street sweeping and the overnight parking thing. And then you're going to send your little meter maid lady out there or whoever. This is going to be used to soak the residents. And it's amazing, backdropped against your plans to put in high-density housing. There's already not enough parking as it is. And so we're going to have people possibly subject to these no parking ordinances overnight. And as the economy continues to contract, unless you're a city employee, you're going to have a harder time paying your bills. You're going to have a harder time making ends meet. And it's going to take more and more people to rent an apartment. And that's putting upward pressure on rents. We all know now that there's sometimes 10 people living in an apartment. And all those people need to get to work. And some of them can't get there via bus, so they need a car. So this is a horrible idea. We need to leave the private sector alone and leave these people alone. And I know that's where this is going because it wouldn't make any sense to do this otherwise. So scrap this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Councilman Seaborn.
Yeah, this is something I've been encouraging our city to adopt for a long time so that we can get M2 funds to maintain our alleys. Which would soon be called streets. But this would be perhaps an unintended consequence, although I think the language of our exemption is very clear that alleys are exempt, no matter whatever you call it. It still says it's an alley. If it walks like a duck, it talks like, or the analogy. Anyways, so I think it's pretty clear to me. Director Hoppy?
Well, the way I wrote the language is that the alleys become part of the city's street system, but it is still an alley.
Yeah.
We're not changing the designation. We're not changing all the old track maps that designated it as an alley, accepted as an alley. It just allows the city to use Measure M2 and gas tax to repair alleys. Right now, we can only use general fund, which, as you know, is in short supply. It just allows another method to get more money into repairing the alleys. That's the only intent of this resolution.
And Mr. Hoppy, do you ever have homeowners who call and complain about the condition of their alleys and ask you to fix them?
Never. No one has ever complained about. I'm kidding. Yes,
That's
all the
what
time.
I thought.
All the time.
That's
and we would love to help them out, and we're very, very restricted in our ability to do anything other than just pothole patching because that's really the only money we've got left, which is just the street crews over at the yard.
Well, I think this is an excellent idea, and if Councilmember Seaborn was the impetus behind this, he is to be congratulated, and I move the recommendation.
I'll second.
Great. Is there further discussion?
Yes, I would question whether there may be any other unintended consequences to this. Were those fully explored?
Okay. Mr. Hoppy, do you
I don't know what those might be, so I can't tell you what I didn't explore. All I know is that the way it's written is it's part of the roadway system. It is still an alley. The 2 to 5 restriction would not apply. If it's posted no parking, there's still no parking in the alley. When we have problems with people parking out in the right-of-way where the fire trucks cannot get by or trash trucks cannot get by, then we post it no parking. Most of the improvements on the alleys are 5 feet back behind the right-of-way line, so there's a lot of people that park parallel to their garage doors that are actually maybe encroaching a foot or two in the alley, which doesn't really impede the use at all. That would not change. Again, the only intent is to provide more funding.
Well, I was suggesting perhaps that there are catch-all rules involving city streets that we might get caught up in requirements to alleys that we haven't anticipated.
Are you in terms of structural repair or
possibly that liability, other traffic issues as well?
It is an existing public right-of-way. It's used by the public. We don't have any more or any less exposure on an alley versus a street. Certainly, if there's an accident, it'll be much lower speed, and the injuries would be significantly less, probably just property damage. But
yeah. Well, I'm asking because I would be reluctant to support this unless someone goes on the public record as having really examined all the aspects of that. So,
okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Mr. Chafee.
Yes, without hearing Mr. Hoppy's opinion of what it meant, is exactly what I read it to be. I would also say that the repair and making our alleys in better condition may eliminate liabilities that can happen because of a disruption or an accident caused by disrepair. Any unintended consequences, when we know them, we'll deal with them then.
Great. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously, and we'll go to item number 12.
That was a member of the public.
You know, the reason why we don't have any money to fix the alleys is because there's no money in the general fund because you spend it all on pensions and salaries and benefits. So now you want to take control of an area and put it under a different arena of control and possibly set up the framework for citing people. So back to the curb and gutter and sidewalk reconstruction issue. Only $200,000 is going to go to fix sidewalks in this city. This is Tree City, USA. We're going through $20 million a month in this town. And I thought, you know, you're an Agenda 21 city. You want to get everybody out of their cars and you want to get everybody out on their feet and on their bicycles. And they're busted up sidewalks all over this place, tree roots going through everything. So I think that's a very paltry sum, and that's really all I wanted to say. It's kind of embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Seeing no more speakers from the public, I'll bring it back to council. Is there a motion or discussion on this
I'll
item?
move the recommendation.
Okay.
I'll second it, but I had a quick comment to add.
Certainly.
I agree it is a shamefully low amount of money to spend considering the disrepair of our infrastructure. Looking at other cities, this would be essentially a few maintenance districts as far as the size and scope of it. So it's almost embarrassing. I hope we can rectify that in the very near future.
Thank you. Are there further comments?
Yes, that would be my comment as well. Ditto to what Councilmember Seaborn said. I think that the pitifully small amounts that the city is committing to infrastructure repair and replacement continues to be embarrassing. So I appreciate the comments.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously, and we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break to go to our regular business items. Can go ahead and take their seat. We're going to call the meeting back to order. We're moving on to our first regular business item. We have no public hearings tonight. And this item was rescheduled. We dealt with this at the last meeting, but I made a mistake and I didn't call for public comments last time. So we're going to go ahead and redo this item. I don't think we need a presentation on this, but if the public would like to comment on this item, I would invite you to come forward.
And Mayor Fitzgerald, I would like to make a statement before we begin. I had asked the council to reappoint me for a couple of months because there was a personnel matter that the Orange County Vector Control Board was dealing with, and I was on the Policy and Personnel Committee. That situation has now resolved itself, and if any other member of this council would like to serve on the Orange County Vector Control District, I would be happy to relinquish my position. I will also continue to serve if that is the pleasure of the council.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Anya Townsend, and what I'd like to address is SB 1246, which would be it was introduced with pesticides for the aerial spraying. It's a notice from the aerial pesticide sprayers and mosquito and vector control district. Basically, what this bill would require would be the pest control operators, pest control businesses, and all the mosquito abatement vector control districts to give a 7 days notice before administering any of the pesticides by the aircraft or unmanned aerial vehicles over the residential areas, to notify various people, entities, including but not limited to the affected governmental agencies, school district, chambers of commerce. So I'm sure you're familiar with that. I have a couple of concerns with the stance. My understanding that you're taking as far as opposing this bill. It says here that on the section for 2056 is added to the Health and Safety Code.
Ms. Townsend, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I'll give you time back, but this item is whether we need to appoint a city council member from this city council to the Vector Control Board. So I'm just trying to make a connection between SB 1246 and our appointment, because SB 1246 and our position on it is not on the agenda tonight.
I thought we were talking regarding opposing the 7 days.
No, this is just we need to appoint a member of the council to represent us at Vector Control.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize.
Oh, that's okay.
I had a question because I just wanted to know your rationale for wanting to not wait the 7 days.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And I'd be happy to talk with you about that anytime.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there other public speakers on this item?
Yes, thank you. I'll direct my comments to Ms. Flory tonight. I hope that they do appoint you to the Vector Control Board, and I really hope that you'll vet the actions of this commission because, and by the way, I have 5 minutes, correct? Thank you. I just checked that. Okay. For the first time in Orange County's 100-year history, they proposed spraying insecticide chemicals over vast areas of this city. It's unprecedented over what I believe to be a non-issue. I know there are both sides on this in terms of fatalities, neuroinvasive encephalitis, and such forth. Those are serious concerns, but we also have probably the greatest immunocompromised population in the history of this country because of chronic microwave exposure, horrible diet, and medications. So my advice to the people that are chronically ill is to stay out of the outdoors at dusk and when the mosquitoes are active. But what I would really like to see this council do is if Ms. Flory isn't willing to step up, I'm definitely opposed to spraying the entire city with Duet. I'm reminded of what happened in the 80s with malathion. I remember having to put tarps over our cars. And, lo and behold, you can't get malathion at Home Depot anymore because it's a carcinogen. It's a known carcinogen. And it probably was a known carcinogen then. But it was the state managed to get it all over the place. So, Ms. Flory, I'd like to know if you have a position. You don't have to answer me right now, but maybe afterwards, before they vote for you to install you, maybe get somebody else, maybe Mr. Seaborn or Mr. Whitaker. You might want to step up and be a champion of freedom and protecting your constituents, because we need somebody on that Vector Control Board that knows what's going on and will look at both sides of the issue objectively you can't tell me that Duet's safe. You know, most of the discussions I've had as it relates to science and the environment have to do with fertility. And the components of Duet, the proworthin and the petroleum distillates and the phenolphthalein and somethifrin, these compounds affect fertility. And there are no long-term studies on humans. There are plenty of studies on amphibians and fish. And it's obvious to me that this stuff doesn't belong being dumped on us by the gallons. You know, the plan was last year to spray, and they came up with this excuse that Disneyland didn't give them the green light. I think that's probably because the pressure mounted from a lot of upset people. In some cities, municipalities actually took a position against the spraying. And here we have somebody well-intentioned in the state legislature that's trying to give people some advance warning of, hey, we're going to fly planes and spray this chemical over your house. The Senate bill text basically gives 7 days warning what's going to be sprayed, when it's going to be sprayed, and where it's going to be sprayed. And the Vector Control Board took a position against that. And they cited a public health concern where they wouldn't be able to react in a crisis. We haven't had a crisis. I grew up in the East Coast. We had mosquitoes my whole life. West Nile's been with us for a very long time. And Zika's been with us for a very long time. And, that brings me to a whole other issue. And on the FullertonInformer.com, if you go to Zika, you'll understand my take on that and why this microcephaly epidemic has nothing to do with the Zika virus and has everything to do with what's been put in the vaccines. What we have is a phenylketonuria prenatal PKU epidemic that's causing the microcephaly. So I want somebody on that board to represent this city. And if Ms. Flory, I believe you'd be up to it. I know you may have a forte with personnel or HR in this particular case. It's a little safe. But we need somebody that, and if it's not going to be within your purview, if you're not in operations, I don't know what particular position you'd be serving in, talk to your buddies and say, hey, don't do this because it's not warranted. How in the world are we going to get the insecticide into the storm drains? How are we going to get it to the tunnels under Disneyland? How are we going to get it into the puddles under the trees? It's not going to get there. And then the kids are going to go to school, roll around with it with no Prop 65 warning because the way this is right now, no warning or notice is needed. That's unethical. And in my opinion, it's criminal. So I would ask that if Ms. Flory is appointed, that she would take a strong statement in support of the greater good and rational, sane policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Lisa Hayrand. I'm also here hoping that whoever steps up for this position, if that's you, Mrs. Flory, I'm not sure, just kind of knows how important this is to so many families, not just in this district, but in Orange County. Last time they were going to spray, and last time they sprayed, there was many children at many schools that were actually playing out in the playground, and that's very concerning. I lost a brother to lung cancer, and he's a non-smoker, and it was determined environmental cancer. So things like that really affect me, and I worry for my children. I worry for everyone else's children. So I hope that whoever would step up and take this role on would take those things into consideration. We are bombarded by environmental toxins all over the place, and this is one that I think that we can get out of, right? There's so many that we live with every day that, we can't control the air that we're breathing, right? The smog and everything else that's going on. But I think this is something that's so important. And, Mr. Umbriago did talk about the malathion. I remember in the 80s being a kid playing outside while the planes were going overhead, and remember thinking to myself, wow, they're talking about this, peeling the paint off of cars, and we really shouldn't be out here. I'm concerned for our children. I have a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old, and cancer scares me. I'm sure everyone here has been touched by cancer some way or other. And so I hope that whoever stands up and takes this seat takes it, very, very seriously. There's, these are kids. We're adults, but we really need to be watching out for the kids. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Sometimes I just think with a lot of these issues, if only some genuine common sense was applied, we'd all be a every citizen would be a hell of a lot better off. And this seems to be one of the situations. I'm just going to talk briefly about that law. It seems to me obvious that every person has a right to know in advance that they're going to be sprayed. Now, we can argue whether there should be a 7-day delay warning or a 2-week or a 3-day. That's reasonable. But to vote down any warning and to say that we're not entitled to any warning that's what makes people upset with government today, because you don't act like our representatives when you do something like that. You act like God. You act like an emperor. You're dictating. You know better. And quite frankly, sometimes you do, but most of the times you don't. And we have a right to know, especially in a democracy. So again, we can argue about whether 7 days is too much, and maybe in an emergency, so-called emergency situation, it's too long. But quite frankly, I think everybody should agree that we should get some advance notice. And I think anybody who's on that board should take that position, because that's the only sensible position to take, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to council. And I would move to appoint Jan Flory to the Orange County Vector Control Board for a 2-year term ending in December of 2017.
I second that motion.
Great. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously, and we'll go to item number 14. I know quite a few of you are here on this item, and I appreciate your patience. And Hugo, are you making a presentation on this?
That's correct.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Council. Hugo Curiel, Parks and Recreation Director. This item before you tonight is to seek Council's direction to move forward with finalizing construction documents for Phases 1 and 2 of Hillcrest Park improvements. Tonight's presentation will depict the project's progress and demonstrate that the concepts presented to the Council last year in February 2015 are feasible from both a constructability and cost aspect. Joining us tonight are members of the Hillcrest Park Ad Hoc Committee and members from our veterans groups and our project consultants as well. As has been the practice throughout the project's life, these groups and numerous members of the community have reviewed these concepts and kept staff informed of their needs, wants, and concerns. So what you are going to see tonight is a series of illustrations that depict the project's intent as directed by Council last year. With that, it is important to note that these concepts are also supported by engineering studies and updated cost estimates. Just a brief overview of the project. In 2011, the master plan was completed and received by Council, and a phasing plan was developed. That phasing plan was approved in 2014, and Council directed staff to procure construction design services for the first 2 phases. Last year in February, preliminary concepts of phases 1 and 2 were presented, and Council directed staff to further develop the concept so that the feasibility of the construction and cost could be demonstrated. With that direction, staff is here tonight to present those findings. And so what you see here in front of you is a map of Hillcrest Park, and you see Phase 1 and Phase 2. Phase 1, as most of you know, is the Great Lawn Fountain in the Barranca. That is located adjacent to Harbor Boulevard. The major components contained within that area are the historic fountain, along with stone restoration. There's also regrading of the Great Lawn, the pedestrian bridge, gets to work here, and sidewalk improvements along Harbor Boulevard and improvements to the Barranca area. Phase 2 consists of the Pine Forest Stairs. This is a network of timber stairs that will connect Lions Field here to Hillcrest Park. More detailed slides will show you a little more details to come here. Just real quickly, the existing conditions here. While most of us are aware of the park's conditions, I felt that it would be worth noting that the value that the proposed renovation will bring to the park and its users. As you can see here, there's much needed improvements, and so I think you'll be pleased with the coming slides and what it'll show of the potential after pictures. So with that, Phase 1 here, this is a plan view of Phase 1, again with Harbor Boulevard to the bottom of the slide here. And again, major components is your fountain restoration here up at the top. As you know, that fountain is surrounded by a lot of historic stone. So that would be part of the major restoration as well. With the fountain, under the fountain would be, of course, new mechanical equipment that would actually bring this fountain back to operation. Lighting would mimic the original multicolored lights. And the fountain would, of course, meet all the new requirements that are required of new contemporary fountains. Of course, the regrading of the Great Lawn would be one of the larger components. Something important to note here is that this lawn existing does have a significant slope to it. It's about, I would say, anywhere from 3 to 4%. That is some type of slope that's not very comfortable for sometimes passive uses and things like that. So you'll get some regrading here, and so you're going to increase the usable area in a more flat usable area, I should say. And then, of course, the pedestrian bridge here, which is connected to the improvements of the sidewalk. This bridge will be approximately 80 feet long by 40 feet wide. The sidewalk here, which we like to call now a promenade, will widen, and you'll see now something that will go from approximately 8 feet to anywhere to 13 to 14 feet. Again, the slides coming will show you a little bit more detail on that as well. I also want to just mention that improvements throughout this phase will include accessibility, improved accessibility. So where you see here in these areas, you have actual ADA accessible ramps that will allow wheelchairs to go up and visit the War Memorial. They will also be able to go right up to the fountain as well. So a lot of accessibility improvements in the area, yet not compromising the historic character of the site. Of course, it would be site lighting and again, historic stone restoration throughout. I also want to note that, because it was a very important key point at the last council meeting that we came before you, the flag will have its rightful place right next to the Veterans Memorial, I should say, not the War Memorial. And with that said, the project is sensitive to the existing war and veterans monuments. Again, the veterans groups have been kept up to date throughout the entire process, and they are here tonight as well to potentially speak on their behalf. So with that, I'll take you into just a series of slides here that kind of depict what you'll see here in the flavor of the improvements. So here you're going to see the new park frontage offering stunning views from the street. As noted by the council last year, a wider sidewalk was important to allow for runners, cyclists, bicyclists, passive users such as walking or simply just congregating along that sidewalk or close to the bridge. In the midground as well, you would see, notice more passive uses for observing wildlife, picnicking, or various other uses. Also, this would offer many opportunities for field trips or educational opportunities. This takes us to the bridge and the pedestrian bridge. It will span from the newly improved sidewalk over to the Great Lawn over here. Again, as I had mentioned, the bridge is 40 feet wide by 80 feet long. It will be a construction of Corten steel, truss-type construction. The supports for the bridge will be located outside of the Orange County flood control jurisdiction, so that's good news. With that said, we've had a great experience with the Orange County flood control, and so they've been very cooperative with us throughout this project and actually are encouraging the project itself. This is a view of the bridge looking north. This bridge it nestles very well into the landscape in the Bronca, as you see here. It will also be accentuated with historic stone walls and pilasters, as you could see here. The next few slides will even show that a little better. This is a stunning view as well from the street that really captures the historic essence of the proposed improvements. One of the things that the ad hoc committee thought was very important was to bring some of those rich materials from the fountain area and bring them out to the front. So as you see here, many opportunities to really enrich the frontage of that experience on the promenade. And then here, what you'll see is a great opportunity to even boast the park's status as a historic site, or perhaps even a bridge dedication of some sort. You'll also notice that there are numerous opportunities for informal and passive gathering spaces. Also important to note, really, is that these improvements will create a significant gateway into Fullerton downtown. And that takes us into our Phase 2 now, Pine Forest Stairs. The Pine Forest Stairs is a network of timber stairs that will provide a vital connection between Lions Field over here and Hillcrest Park. The connection will encourage more activity throughout the park. It'll utilize the existing trail, the existing trail that was constructed under the Lions Field and the slope repair in this section. So it'll just increase more options for exercise, for passive uses, etc. The stairs are also going to incorporate view decks, as you can kind of see here. I'm pointing them out. They're a little bit hard to see, but it will have view decks so that if you want to just take a casual seat and enjoy the views, or maybe take a breather while you're doing your exercise, that'll be ideal for that as well. Low non-intrusive lighting will also be sporadically located throughout the project. That'll provide a safe experience, and at the same time, it'll accentuate the new amenity. And so what you see here is the new stairs. They'll also be accentuated with landscaping to complement the existing vegetation on the slope. This also shows a typical section here of the steps with landings throughout. And so with that said, the Phase 1 and Phase 2 total cost is approximately $5.4 million, very close to what was originally estimated at the beginning of this task. And so with that said, the staff's recommendation tonight would be that City Council direct staff to move forward with the completion of construction documents for Hillcrest Park improvements Phase 1 and Phase 2. And I'll leave you with that, and any questions you may have. Myself, staff, members of the ad hoc committee, veterans group are all here, including consultants for the project, are here to answer any questions you may have.
That's great. This has been such an amazing collaborative process with the community. If you have been on that ad hoc committee, will you just raise your hand so we can see who you are? Thank you, and we just want to thank you. Thanks so much for giving of your time to make this happen. And Mr. Curiel, what I would like to know is, if we approve this tonight, how soon will you be under construction, and when's it going to be done?
I believe that these construction documents could possibly be completed by August, and that would put us into construction technically by December or maybe the beginning of January. You have the bid, the advertising a bid and all those types of things, but possibly August, September, going through that process and hitting the ground running on December or January. You bring up a good point as well, because it does coincide very well with Veterans Day Parade. So that Veterans Day Parade that would be coming up in November could well be the last one, and then in between we would be doing construction where we would come back with possibly a ribbon cutting for the next.
My only complaint is that it's not fast enough.
We'll try, and trust me, we have a very aggressive group here. I think that I'm being conservative. We might be able to exceed that.
Yeah, I would like to see it fast-tracked as much as possible. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Are there questions from the council members before we open it up to the public? Mr. Whitaker?
Actually, most of my questions probably would be better after the public speaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Great. Then we'll open it up to public comment if you would like to speak on this.
One comment. That when this came to us before, I was concerned about the bridge, and I wanted to be certain we had some conversation, observation pockets in it, possibly even a cantilever over the little stream. And now I see you do have some pockets both in front and on the other side of the bridge, and I'm hoping they might be somewhat working in a curvature way, because that's what you have as an elliptical thing in the field there. So I appreciate that you do have that, and I hope that is looked at. So I like very much what I see here.
We'll open this up to the public. Please, if you'd like to speak on this item, come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before I start, I know there was a little bit of maybe council bashing today, and I just wanted to thank you all for your public service. I know your positions aren't always popular, but we do appreciate it, and thank you for all you do for the city. My name is Joe Dominguez. I'm a Fullerton resident. I've been here in the city about 15 years. I love the city of Fullerton, and I'm so proud to live here. I'm speaking here on behalf of this project. I just it's such an awesome project, and I'm so excited to move forward. Hopefully the city council will move forward with it. I have 3 children, and we use a lot of the city recreational areas, and I think we live on Richmond Knoll, so this is pretty close to our home, walking distance, and it would just be such a great experience to have the stairs there to play and the areas of recreation. So I think I can see that maybe the tax dollars that are going to be spent on this maybe is not as popular, but I think that in the future, once this is done, I think we're going to see that it was money well spent. A couple of years from now, we're gonna really be happy. I think the improvements will be awesome. It's nice to see that the plan is taking what's currently existing there, and it's just going to expand on that trifold. But it's not, it's keeping all of the rock work and everything from the 1920s. That obviously is really important to the city and the history of the city. I just wanted to kind of end here with, as a member of the public, I urge you to move forward with this great plan. I hope that a park like this continues to make memories for my family and hopefully my children's children, and I hope to see you all at the ribbon cutting ceremony one day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Fitzgerald and City Council, my name's Wes Morgan. I've lived in town pretty much forever, and I just want to thank Hugo, Joe, Doug, everybody who worked on this. I thought Hugo captured it in a great way tonight. We weren't at this spot a year or two ago, but we are now, and this is one of those projects that when we're done, everybody's going to love it. It is our northern gate. St. Jude's isn't our northern gate. Las Palmas isn't our northern gate. This one is. And it's going to be beautiful, even for people who just drive by. And it's just a tremendous saving of this great park. Its 100th birthday is in 2019. So we're getting after it at just the right time. And I want to echo the last speaker's comments about the city council and the staff. I greatly appreciate what you do every day. Keeping the place together, making ends meet, and keeping this town moving forward, because it's a great town, and I really appreciate your efforts. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening once again, Council. My name is Jane Rands. I noticed that in the slides there were some images of bicyclists riding on the sidewalk, and I very briefly reviewed our general plan and proposed bikeways, and there's no proposed improvements for Harbor Boulevard. So if the intent is for bicyclists to ride on the sidewalk in the future, I would like for this to be reviewed for the Bicycle User Subcommittee, so that will be a standard facility that properly separates, has enough width and properly separates bicyclists and pedestrians to avoid any collisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there other speakers on this item?
My name is Marilyn Harrison. I don't pretend to speak for all veterans. I will just tell you what my husband and I participated in, what we looked at. We looked at, does it change significantly how we will do business there, as we've chosen that as a sort of the only place that we could have our event for Veterans Day that made sense, that had electricity, that had access. We love the idea of it being the big gateway and the jewel of Fullerton back again. I can remember as a kid when my grandfather was at Martin Luther Hospital, coming and playing up here when we had nothing else to do, waiting for things to happen at the hospital. It's been around a really long time. Jeff and I want you to know that we're not here to tell you to approve the project or not, but we're here to tell you that we think it's a great thing for our city. It honors our veteran community. It honors our community at large. And truly, the Veterans Memorial that is there is not really a Veterans Memorial. It's an Armed Forces, Fullerton's Armed Forces Memorial, because every name on that died in combat. So it's not a Veterans Memorial at all. It's a monument to those Fullertonians who passed away in combat, so that their families could know that our city remembers them. So we encourage you to go forth with plans. If you feel that you have the money to spend to make the project happen, yay. We did look at that. We said, have you got the money? Where is it? Well, it's a different color money than everything else that you deal with. So it does have restrictions on spending, and that's why we think if you can do it, bravo. Thank you for your time. And thank you for your service to the city. I just want to add one note. That has been a really long time since I attended a council meeting that I felt completely comfortable in, and I think that's discouraging. We should be able to participate as citizens. without fear of behavior that would make us uncomfortable, either side of the ends of extremes. So I just want to tell you that my hat's off to you for remaining quiet. It takes all my military discipline to remain quiet. So good luck.
Thank you. Are there other speakers on this item?
Good evening, David Curley. I have to say the renderings look nice. I'm not here to complain about that. I do have actually two questions. One about parking. With a nicer park, is there more parking going to be available for people to park at? And the reason I see that being a potential problem is if they park across the street at Ralph's or at Chase Bank, they might have a problem with that, taking up all their spaces. Maybe it wouldn't matter if it's on a weekend, but just throwing that out there. My other concern, anyone who's been in this city long enough knows that Hillcrest Park, at least in some years, doesn't have the greatest reputation. It has a stigma for certain illegal activities, and for a lot of people, that perception becomes reality, even if, even in the absence of information to the contrary. 25 years ago, when I was in elementary school in this city, a lot of the teachers warned us, don't go here alone. I said, don't show up there alone, go with your parents, go with a friend. And admittedly, back then, it was more of a jungle. In the last, 10 or 15 years, there's been a lot more pruning of shrubs and trees, so there's a lot more open space, so you couldn't, someone couldn't attack you and, behind a bush or something where no one could see you. But I think marketing this, basically selling the idea to people who have been convinced for decades that this is a dangerous park to go to alone, that may be part of the challenge, no matter how nice it is. So with that, that's something for you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more speakers on this issue? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. And Mr. Chafee, did you have other comments you wanted to make?
A couple. Yes, I grew up across the street from this park, and I can remember when those colored lights were actually working. That's back in the 50s. And they were somewhat exposed. It was easy to put them out with a rock, and so I think that's why they have not been maintained. Mm-hmm. It'll be great to see that come back, and I'm sure they'll be secured in such a way that they will stay there this time. I have many fond memories of playing in that park. I do not recall it ever being dangerous. At least it never occurred to me that it was. I also remember other times when we get to other phases I may comment on. So I do support what we have here. This only takes us to construction drawings. It does not necessarily authorize the funding at this point. So I support this item.
Mr. Seaborn?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'd like to see as a result of the construction drawings is a cost estimate for the additional funds for the CIP to maintain this in the future. It seems that we have quite a few parks and that we're always short on funding for maintaining them as nicely as we'd like to. So I want to make sure that going forward, if we construct it, we can actually afford to maintain it correctly. And with that, I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker?
Thank you. Having not been a part of some of the processes here where these final decisions were made by all the volunteers, and I certainly appreciate all the work and the time that's gone into this, but I feel like I'm entering now at the back end of a process, and I need to question just a few of the choices, and I'd want people not to consider them criticisms, but maybe just helping to round out my understanding of why these selections were made. The first one is, and maybe the largest in my mind, is the bridge itself, the entrance into the park. It is pretty massive. It's 40 feet by 80 feet, 3,200 square feet. My preference usually would be to have less hardscape and maybe something a little more elegant, a little lighter handed going in. Was there a reason for that to be 40 feet wide? Would be one question. And a second question is, that really is the grand entry, and it's going to be exposed to traffic, extremely so. And it needs to be inviting, but it also is missing a little bit aesthetically, in my opinion. It doesn't really echo the past. It doesn't really have the look of the WPA Depression era type work that is within the park. At first, when I looked at the diagrams, it looked like more stacked stone. But as I see, it appears as though some of the irregular and larger shaped stones are involved in the columns. But the rest of the structure is very utilitarian. It's minimalist, which is good to allow focus on the landscape, I guess. But it doesn't really echo the past, and it just seems a little uninspired to me. It also probably is a pretty big percentage of the costs of these first two phases. So I'm just wondering if someone could explain why the choice was made to make that really street width when no vehicular traffic is considered there. And if we were going to go with more hardscape in the front portion, it seems to me that if the bridge could have been minimalized a little more, perhaps that little foothold parking area off Valley View could have been expanded. You have trees screening from virtually all the rest of the park. So we have, I think, 4 or 5 parking spaces there, but it really appears as though 12 to 16 would have been possible. And visually, they would have been quite well screened by the landscaping that's here. So I'm just questioning those priorities that were chosen on this. One other, at least on the front portion, is behind the fountain. There's an addition now of a stairway which leads up behind a bench, which is in the very back. There's currently nothing there, but it leads into the street at that level. I don't really understand the necessity of that stairway for any reason. It doesn't appear to be, there's no area to park there. It's not a natural location for people to enter down in the fountain area, because you do have access just a little further from the side. And so I do have a question about that stairway as well. And perhaps, if you can keep track of these, the last, I'll try to get them all out here at once. The wood stairs in the back, which lead up to the upper levels of the park from Lions Field. I walked the existing trail there the other day, and I really like that amenity which has been added. Necessary also is the lower wood rail, which comes up from near the parking lot. But I don't understand the necessity of 3 separate wood stairways from that existing trail up to what's a pretty narrow area, the curved retainer wall at the top. So if someone can kind of give me an idea why some of these selections were made, I would appreciate that.
Mr. Curiel, would you like to address those? Maybe start last and go from there. So the stairs.
Well, the wood stairs, and I will preface this by the fact that this was a process that was brought to us by the committee, and so these decisions were made with the public's interest in mind. But I will tell you about the stairs. The philosophy there is that it is a network to have options to go up and down them, to use them for exercise. It does lead you to a few different places, and so it's a way to take advantage of that existing trail that exists right there at midpoint of the slope. And so it's just numerous options to go enjoy the view. I don't think that anybody envisioned having just one set of stairs where you would have just one flow of traffic going up and down. It is a pretty popular amenity. I do remember that when that slope was recently completed along with Lions Field Park, people were using that slope already just to do kind of like climb it, not for vandalism, but actually just to run up and down it. So I could see where it'd be quite a popular amenity. So that is the reasoning for that. They're just nice and wide, offers quite a few options to use that slope and to really take advantage of the views instead of just cramming people into one alignment, if you will. Going backwards going to the bridge.
Oh, real quick, just before you leave the stairs. If this is roughly to scale, it would appear as though the stairs are about 4 feet wide. Is that?
No, they're not. They're actually about 7 to 8 feet wide.
Okay, so this really isn't to scale, I guess.
I think it is. You would just have to use actual bar scale instead of the actual number scale.
Okay.
Yeah. So
the next thing was the stairs behind the fountain.
The stairs behind the fountain. Those are if you've seen it, if you've seen this in other places, they're not stairs that are really intended to use as a transition, but they're actually like stairs so you could sit down, watch the fountain, have your coffee, watch a concert, those types of things. So the stairs would be designed with the tread and the riser in mind to where it is a type of informal seating. In addition to that, obviously you can go up those. There are some subsequent phases to this master plan that eventually would take you beyond that road and up to the upper parts closer to the Isaac Walton cabin. So those would also be stairs that would continue on there. So they're not stairs just to be there. They are there to congregate, to sit down, to have a coffee, and then eventually those would lead up to the subsequent phases.
They would be like the Spanish steps in Rome.
I was going to reference those. I just didn't know if any, but there would be like the Spanish steps. Absolutely.
And then why not additional parking over on the side?
Well, one thing that's important to note, when Lions Field was built, it was built with the intention that would actually technically be the first phase of Hillcrest Park, really. And so that parking amenity to Lions Field would double as parking for Hillcrest Park and also for Lions Field. I also will tell you that pedestrian access has always been something that's been very encouraged by a lot of the community outreach that we went out and sought, including the ad hoc committee. There was always a strong feeling that it really wasn't that important to have to riddle this park with a lot of parking. It is very centrally located throughout the city. A lot of bicycles do ride here, and so people do find their way there. Again, we have a great parking amenity over at Lions Field, and so that is a way to get there as well.
And then I think the last question that Mr. Whitaker had was, why is the bridge so large?
Yeah.
Street width, in other words.
Exactly. And so that bridge, when we initially proposed it, a lot of people actually, I think even the council, had expressed some concern that they didn't want a bridge like it was going to be a transitional pedestrian bridge to where you basically be walking, holding the rails, and you're going to kind of walk by somebody. So what they wanted to see was more of an expansion of the actual general public areas, and that's what we've tried to design it as. If you do look at some of the views that I had gone through just right now, you'll see that it's basically an expansion of your current promenade and the Great Lawn. A lot of opportunity to sit there, just watch wildlife, perhaps set up things there on any type of, artist easels, those types of things. And so it's generously wide also, too. I mean, it will serve for a lot of public functions, and it would be a great thing to see the Veterans Parade, instead of going up Valley View now, make a right and formally go right up the fountain and into formation right into the Great Lawn. So a lot of purposes for that. The ad hoc committee felt really strong about it. I personally support it. I think that it acts as a public space, as a gathering space that'll be valuable for the public to congregate in.
And I really see it as a grand entrance.
Absolutely.
It opens wide the gates into this beautiful park. So
there was one additional consideration. We do on that parade, we're limited to a single lane of traffic. So that's why, again, the additional width on the bridge just seemed to be perhaps overkill from my way of looking. But the other element was one of aesthetics. A little further down from this bridge is the walk bridge near what used to be the duck pond on the west end of the duck pond. It has kind of a graceful arch, a little bit of an arch on it with the stone, the same type of stone which is used throughout the park, decorating that archway. And so it seemed to me that using some design element to echo that, or at least approximate that, might have been a consideration. But instead, like I said, this appears very modern, pretty minimalist as far as the bridge itself.
Yeah, the comments you made earlier did bring something to my mind, and I think that was something, again, echoed by the ad hoc committee. And this is probably subjective, but a lot of times when you are adding amenities to an existing historic site, a lot of times they don't want you to really try to mimic it too much. They want you to kind of, as you said, be a little more minimalist. In this case, between all of the consultants and the committee thought it was very wise to go with like a Core 10 type that rusts naturally. You don't have to paint it. It's self-maintains in a weathering aspect. That weathering aspect, those rust colors do kind of lend themselves to the rust color of the existing stone that's throughout the site. So those were some of the decisions that drove that as well. The other thing too is that if you were to do something that was more arching, something like a farther up north, as you mentioned, you do get in. First of all, you're going to get into much more significant costs. Because this is a bridge that you're actually kind of craning in. It's prefab, and so it's a little more practical to set in. So cost-wise, it's a lot less. But the other thing, too, is that you could possibly start encroaching into Orange County flood control with some bigger abutments where you're actually having to support a type of port in place or type of a building that, I shouldn't say a building, a structure that's going to impede more into the actual flood control jurisdiction. So those are some of the things that drove it. Not a bad idea, but I'm just letting you know that that's kind of what drove this decision.
I hear what you're saying, but analogous to, say, real estate, where an entry door, the entry to a home, you normally wouldn't go with the more basic situation. That really is the point of impact. That's where you get a visual impact, and that's where really you're setting the stage for what's to be experienced later within the park. And that's the only reason that I'm putting that out there is this just didn't seem to be the right transition.
Are your comments more related to the actual brick structure itself or the paving?
The aesthetics, basically, and the fact that it'll be the iconic piece of hardscape here in the front of the park.
So you're alluding to this hardscape. I'd like to make a comment to the hardscape. These are artistic renderings. That hardscape is not something that's been set. Actually, we've heard from the ad hoc committee that they would like to see some more rich paving on the actual surface of the bridge, and that's something that's going to be acknowledged. And so it may not show up as great here. You do need to understand that in these renderings, they do use some types of texturing to give you that flavor, but it's not exactly that exact stone that's being shown here. It will be something that will be chosen and specified by sample. But I will tell you that the paving to the bridge will be a lot more rich in historic materials.
The last question, really, of the $5.4 million in these two phases, how much of that is being used for design and concept? Do you have an idea of a percentage?
Yeah, out of the 5.4, I believe we have about $470,000 for design services. That does take you all the way from concept to finalized construction documents ready for bid.
Yeah, I was wondering because with that value, we would expect to get pretty good idea conceptually before we do final approvals of most things. So I was concerned about the deliverables being more at the front end in terms, and I understand it's been a work in progress. But from our standpoint, we're doing an approval up here, and if something isn't as we would take from the illustrations, from the designs, from what's been proposed, that would be a shame if we didn't all have a clear understanding of what we're authorizing. But thank you. I appreciate your explanation.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I absolutely love this, and this is one of the fun parts of being on City Council, is to be privileged enough to be part of this process. Although the agenda letter indicates that this all started in 2011, it actually started long before that, and we've been looking at Hillcrest Park for a long, long time. When I first got on the City Council in the mid-'90s, we were climbing out of a bad recession, another recall election, probably the first one, and the city just didn't have the money to do it. And I always thought that the resurrection of the fountain would be emblematic of the renaissance of this city. And so better late than never. I'm really, really happy to see it happening. And I can't emphasize enough how much community participation there was in this. There was a Hillcrest ad hoc committee, but there were many, many community meetings, starting with blue sky proposals to the community. What do you want to see? And there would be on easels, big sheets of paper where people would write. This is what was most important to them. And out of that came 3 designs, as I recollect. There's something like 3 designs. And then the community was invited again to come out and say, what do you like best about each of these designs? And this is what was the result of that. So I say good on you, and I am going to move the recommendation. It's a great project, and it can't be done fast enough for me.
I second the motion.
Great. Mr. Seaborn, I think you had something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, one of my concerns originally was how does the bridge function with the sidewalk on the street? Well, I still have my reservations as to how they're going to actually make it work with the design plans without either moving the channel or putting in a new wall or something. But I would like to see it move forward at this point.
Great. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you again, everyone who's here and those who aren't here who have worked on this project. It's very exciting. Let's fast track this, Mr. Curiel.
Will do.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move to item number 15. Charles, I think you're presenting on this.
Yeah. Good evening, Charles Kovac, Housing Manager. The item before the council tonight is a proposed affordable housing project located at 336 East Santa Fe Avenue and the related expenditure of housing bond proceeds. Just want to give you some background. We all recall back in October of 2010, the former Fullerton Redevelopment Agency issued a $29 million tax allocation bond, and which the specific covenants stated that the proceeds are to be used for affordable housing in the city of Fullerton. Over the past couple of years, there's been numerous projects that have been constructed, agreements approved, or funds allocated and soft commitments made. They are, Pathways of Hope, the Richmond Group, Habitat for Humanity, and a Community of Friends is the most recent one. Back in after all these commitments and approval of some of the affordable housing agreements, there's approximately around $7.2 million remaining in the 2010 housing bond proceeds. The initial commitment for this site was related to Rome Development Squire Properties back in 2014. And this project requested $5 million at the time. The project did not receive its 9% tax credits, which is pretty much 50% of the construction cost. And the property owner did not renew the acquisition agreement, so the city terminated that agreement with Rome. Subsequent to that, Related California and the property owner approached the city back in late 2014 and wanted to develop affordable housing at the site. They introduced themselves to the council on June 2nd, 2015, and although they did not receive a funding commitment, the council directed them to work with staff on a proposed affordable housing development at that 336 East Santa Fe site. The Related California is proposing 55 units, which was similar to the Rome Squire project many years ago, and roughly 97 bedrooms will be part of this project. It's a 5-story building, 5 studio units, 22 one-bedroom, 14 two-bedroom, 14 three-bedroom. Right now we're still in the process of going through a design concept, and so there are no renderings to show you at this time. We're trying to finalize that to make sure we put Related California on the right track. The diversity of the affordability is very diverse. The unit mix consists of 6 extremely low, 11 very low, 22 very low at 50% AMI as opposed to the 40%, and then 15 low-income units. Like I said, they're requesting $7.2 million. It's a soft commitment. We still have to come back with an affordable housing agreement. We still have to kind of flush out the pro forma, make sure it's financially feasible. So there's still a lot of work to do, but we just wanted to come back in front of the council with Related California. They're here tonight. They'd like to speak on behalf of the project and pretty much kind of get a soft commitment and direction from the council as in part of the recommendation to come back with an affordable housing agreement at a future date. Related California, like I said, is here. Bill Whitty, Gina Yoon are both here, and if it's at the pleasure of the council, they would like to say a few words.
I just have a question for you. You just characterized our action tonight as a soft commitment. Can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, the funding is kind of contingent upon an affordable housing agreement being approved by the council at a future date. Whether that future date's a month or 2 months down the line, you're not committing the funds. You're just kind of allocating it, telling the Real Aid California, yes, we like what we hear so far, move forward, come back with a affordable housing agreement and design concept, and we'll approve the whole package at a later date.
Okay, thanks. Are there other questions for Charles?
Is that similar to what we're doing with the $5 million for Habitat for Humanity?
That would be correct. We did that last June where we kind of set aside $5 million for them. Obviously, we need to firm that up with an agreement once we proceed, and they're still kind of in the process of working through that.
Other questions? Great. I do believe that the developer is here, so Mr. Whitty, if you'd like to make some comments.
Yes, Mayor Fitzgerald and council members, appreciate the opportunity to be before you tonight. I thought I would just briefly introduce our company, since I at least haven't been before you, give you a little perspective on who we are and what we've done. We're a 26-year-old company based in Irvine. We've developed or rehabilitated over 10,000 units in 21 cities in California. They range from a 26-unit small affordable housing project in downtown Laguna Beach that I think most people don't realize is affordable housing, to the redevelopment of 35 and 50-acre public housing sites in LA and Oakland into 500 and 600 unit mixed income housing developments. In Orange County, we're on our 7th or 8th project in Anaheim. We've developed the only affordable housing in recent years in Newport Beach and Laguna Beach. We are developing now all of the affordable housing on behalf of 5 Point Communities and the old El Toro Air Force Base. We have projects in Stanton, Westminster, Santa Ana Heights. And we completed 2 years ago a very successful affordable housing project working with your Community Development Director, Karen Haluza, when she was in Santa Ana on Santa Ana Boulevard, the first major affordable housing new construction development in Santa Ana, I think, in many years. Almost everything we do has been a public-private partnership, so we're very accustomed to working with cities. We realize that there's give and take, and you have to be responsive to local needs. We don't do widgets. Every project is different. Every project has to conform to local policies and priorities. We also manage what we develop. So we are long-term owners and managers. So we take full responsibility for these projects, not only during construction, but over the long haul. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Are there questions for Mr. Whitty? I have a couple. I am wondering, the original Squire project was asking for $5 million, and you're building about the same number of units. Why are you asking for 7.2?
Well, I think there are a couple of reasons. While I'm not familiar with everything that they proposed, one big difference is when we did our due diligence, we found that there was a 30-foot easement on the eastern part of the site. So we had to redesign the project to a much smaller footprint, which also significantly increased the construction cost in a denser development, and particularly the parking. So we can't give up parking. We still have to meet the required parking. So it cost a lot more in the redesign. Second thing is something as basic as over the last, I don't know when they were last here, but 3-4 years, construction costs have gone up significantly, as they tend to do at this point in the cycle when, the real estate industry is very busy. So I can't, again, I don't know exactly what was in their budget or whether theirs was frankly even accurate, but those are the two, I think, most significant changes.
Okay. The subsidy per unit is $130,000, which seems very significant. And so can you address why it is such a large subsidy?
I think there's a couple of reasons. First of all, the type of development, which is 4 and 5 stories on a podium, is much more expensive than on-grade construction. So right out of the chute, you have a more expensive type of construction. Second, this is a site that has had environmental challenges, so there's greater site costs than there might be on a perfectly clean site. I think we're also, as I said, in a very competitive construction cost environment. So this is our best estimate of what it would cost. I think if you look at similar type developments in terms of the design of these, that it's not at all out of line with what projects cost to be subsidized to reach these affordability levels.
So at the state level, there's a new scheme to fund, actually the only housing funding really is AHSC, Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities money. And it's specifically for TOD-oriented projects, which this seems to me would be since it directly abuts the railroad track. So I'm wondering, how are you leveraging our tax dollars?
Well, there's a couple of issues with that, or we refer to it the cap and trade money. It is very, very competitive, as you could imagine.
Well, as our 9% tax credits, right?
They are. This is even more competitive just because there's less of it. But I think the biggest issue for this site is that, like most state funds, it would require the payment of prevailing wages on construction. That's probably a 20% add to the regular budget, which kind of negates the value of getting the grant. I mean, I hate to reduce it to just numbers, but you're right. On its face, it could be a very viable use, but it does come with that requirement, which again kind of undoes the value of the additional money.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And will you be applying for any county funds?
We would certainly be willing to. Traditionally, we have done a fair amount of business with the county. They favor first projects in the unincorporated part of the county. Like most agencies, they have a lot less than they used to. They also, I think today, I stand corrected on this, have a priority for special needs projects like the Community of Friends type of development. But we would certainly look at that.
Okay, thank you. And you and I have met together, and so you know that I love to ask questions. I appreciate you answering.
The more questions, the better, because the more people know. And as Charles said, we're not finished.
Right.
There's still some work to do before hopefully we have the opportunity to come back to you with a final package and in particular a final design.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I mean, I'm just weighing the benefit that the community is getting from the investment that we're making. And as you know, we had a project on Commonwealth that didn't come to fruition that was going to get some of these funds, and this is our last opportunity to invest this way with these housing bond funds. So I just want to make sure that we're making the best decision we possibly can.
Well, we want to make sure it's not only used efficiently and effectively, but the end product is something that you would really want.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
With all those questions, I came up with a couple.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
First, what's this easement on the, I think you said 30-foot wide easement on the east side?
Gina, I think, can explain that.
It's not a city easement,
is it? It's a utility easement to the city for sewer, storm drain improvements, and so forth. So there was not an ability to build on top of the 30-foot
We couldn't
wide
use
easement.
it as a driveway entrance or parking or?
No, we also have 2 overhead utility poles that are in that easement. So we had to move the driveway to the west of that easement area.
Okay. One thing that I would just put out there for myself and you as well is I am interested in seeing some really great architecture. I liked what the previous folks had for that in mind. I liked what a community of friends had come up with for their property. I think something really innovative that really embraces what LEED is all about. I think that would be good so that we can point to other developers and say, hey, here's a really a neat product that serves the community.
Just a comment on that. We actually did a platinum LEED project in Anaheim. Now, sometimes that is just gilding the lily, so to speak, but everything we do is sustainable. We'll certainly work with staff on that, and I can tell you that Karen is already pushing us on the design side.
She has a habit of doing that.
Well, that's okay.
Mm-hmm. It's good. It's what we pay her for. Let's see. Are there other questions? Great. Thank you so much. We'll open this up to public comment. If members of the public would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Good evening, David Curley. I think you all realize that the public's appetite for high-density, high-rise housing is very poor and getting worse in this city. I mean, everywhere you read, there's more complaints about high-rises going up everywhere around town. That said, at this specific location, 336 East Santa Fe Avenue, why would anyone want to live here? And the reason I ask that, immediately south of there is the railroad, and you have 80 to 100 trains a day, 24 hours a day, spaced out. But you have considerable railroad noise. You're across the street from Fire Station 1, so you have siren noise intermittently throughout the day. But worst of all, there's currently a cleanup project for contaminated groundwater on that very site. If you look at the, the State Water Resources Control Board, they have all kinds of documents on the petroleum products that leaked there. I believe it was Pennzoil that had distribution center there years ago, but for decades there's been groundwater contamination there. So, and Pennzoil is long gone, and it's just been a long process to clean that up. I think they're still not done. There's still wells to monitor and take samples from. With that, I would urge you to find another location. If you're going to do this, find another location for a facility like this. I mean, when people, even poor people, find out all the deficiencies with the noise and the groundwater being polluted, I'm not sure they would want to live there. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't, but I would urge you to find another location for this money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker from the public. Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any comments?
I am very supportive of affordable housing. The members of the public may not know that we are under a mandate to build affordable housing. We are in the city very deficient in that area. We have already approved a similar development, and it appears that the developer in this case, Mr. Whitty, is far more familiar with the site than the previous developer was, and that would be the reason for some of the change in the development standards or requirements here. So I am willing to support this, and I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Seaborn?
Yeah, probably 3 years ago, this council looked at diffusing the bonds, the bond that gave us this amount of money, taxpayer funds with a very significant interest rate. And diffusing it would have been as harmful or more harmful than actually using the money. So council made the decision to go ahead and allocate the money as it was intended, and that's what we're left with. So I'm fine with allocating it to this particular project, but before I'm ready to completely commit, I would like to see how the project's going to look and how it's going to work and make sure the benefit's really there.
Great. Is that a second?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Chafee?
Yes, I have quite a few comments. First, I must disclose I've known Mr. Whitty for close to 20 years now. And I became somewhat better acquainted when he was doing projects in Anaheim. In particular, there's one called Jeffrey Lynn, which is to the basic west of the hotels out in the Disneyland area. A highly impacted, drug-infested crime area. And Mr. Whitty and his company did a great job of making that into suitably sized neighborhoods. He even brought in a Boys and Girls Club as part of the deal there, and that today is an outstanding achievement. And you're still doing projects in Anaheim. I heard you say you're doing like your 8th one. I don't know what took you so long to get up here. This project and its location is ideal because it's a catalyst project for our transportation center, and it'll enable us to do other things once it comes in. The prior developer, I voted against that project in part because I knew that developer had some bad experience, didn't think they would do a good job, and it's clear to me that when that they did not do adequate due diligence. They were not aware of some of the things I tried to point out to them, and seemed quite upset that I would even point out some of the flaws. This project I will expect to have great architecture. That's a hallmark of Mr. Woody's company. And he has a reputation, his company does. Once it's there, you never hear a complaint. It does a great job, and I welcome you to this community.
Mr. Whitaker? Okay. If there's no further discussion, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
It passes 4-1. And with that, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 16. Mr. Whitty, we look forward to seeing your further plans and working with you to make that a reality. Let's see, item number 16, West Coyote Hills Notice of Acquisition. Joan, it says Joan Wolf, but...
Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and introduce this.
Okay.
And,
you don't look like Joan.
I don't look like Joan.
Because I live within a...
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we did...
Property, so.
Okay.
And for the record, Mr. Otterman is your attorney on matters with West Coyote Hills. He has seen this agenda letter. There was no need for legal advice at this point. So,
okay, great. So Joan Wolf is not here, and so our city manager, you have comments on
yeah,
this?
I'll make some opening brief comments. This follows the approval of the plan for West Coyote Hills from November 17th of last year. The conditions of approval in that plan have specific deadlines, dates, and actions to take. This is one of those and one of the preliminary step. Upon approval of the plan, we began, and you heard Ms. Stratman give a brief overview of that, the grant writing process to seek funding for acquisition. The acquisition plan is laid out very specifically in the conditions of approval, neighborhood 1, 3, and or the entire property, and there's some other options in there that we could talk about as you get into this topic. There was a deadline published of March 17th to issue a notice of intent to acquire property. So what that does is put Chevron on notice that the City Council continues to have interest, and it's there is no financial risk at this point, because what it would do would put Chevron on note, or Pacific Coast Homes, and begin the negotiation for a purchase and sale agreement. So that is what the deadline was, March 17th, and that's the action that's required. Technically, because a lawsuit has been filed in this, it suspends the deadlines until the lawsuit is resolved. However, as things have evolved in the past weeks, we are recommending that you go ahead and take the action now. Chevron will remain a willing seller throughout this process. I think on page 3 in the third paragraph, we outline some of the reasons why we're recommending this at this point. Primarily because Chevron will remain a willing seller, and many of the funds that have been identified are one-time funds out of the 2014 Prop 1 proposition that passed by the voters. So for several reasons, we're recommending to continue to move forward with the acquisition process. The lawsuit will have a life of its own, and there could be consequences to the lawsuit and actions taken that could change things. But as we sit here today, we are recommending that you direct us to give notice to Chevron, Pacific Coast Homes. We will then enter into a purchase and sale agreement, which will identify prices, properties. New deadlines can be established at this point, and our recommendation is for neighborhoods 1, 3, and to make a request that they include an option for neighborhood 4. This will be an evolving scenario, particularly with the grant funding, as we get decisions, as we request more grant funds moving forward. Much of this will drive your decision on what to ultimately seek to purchase. With that, I believe that gives an overview of this, and so our recommendation is outlined in here. We can answer questions. Mr. Puglisi is here if you had to seek any questions from Pacific Coast Homes as well.
Mayor Fitzgerald, point of order. In our agenda, the recommendation states on the very last page that the recommendation is to approve giving the property owner notice of acquisition for neighborhoods 2 and 3 together and an option for 4. That should properly read 1 and 3, should it not? It's on the right-hand column of the agenda.
Yes, you're asking for us to approve this intent for 1 and 3 and an option for 4, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Are there questions of the city manager? If not, we'll open this to the public. If there are members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Angela Lindstrom, and I want to set the record straight on the Friends of Coyote Hills position on the West Coyote Hills VTTM, which is a subject that we just discussed here, and the subsequent actions by the city since November of 2015. Of course, it's a matter of public record that we, along with hundreds of residents, protested your approval of the VTTM. Your approval was based on development approvals that should have been overturned by the 2012 Measure W, the people's referendum on the development of West Coyote Hills. We were blindsided by your decision to ignore our vote as part of the VTTM approval in October and November of last year. All of our cautious optimism on a long-awaited acquisition plan were dashed by your VTTM. Almost 2 years of what we thought was good faith collaboration with the city and Chevron on a fair chance to save all of West Coyote Hills as a nature park turned out it was a setup for a nosebleed price tag for the land, which, according to the staff report today, is $145 million to be raised all in a year. The staff report tells a limited story. It sounds great. The city is finally applying for public grants that we have always said were available to buy West Coyote Hills for a nature park, but not by first setting the price as high as possible, then asking the public monies to be transferred into the hands of a private party, all while ignoring your own voters. I want to make it clear, in your staff report, you mentioned that a lawsuit has been filed against this VTTM. You don't name who filed the lawsuit. On the last page of your report, you mentioned a $1 million matching grant that the Friends of Coyote Hills has been awarded. We were proactive in raising funds even before the VTTM because of our mission to save all of West Coyote Hills for a park and for now and future generations. No one should read your staff report and think that we are no longer committed to our supporters and community in that mission and vision. However, no one should read your report and think that we are on board with your VTTM plan, which does not align with our mission. In fact, I should point out that your proposed acquisition notice tonight is not a commitment. Even if neighborhoods 1 and 3 are acquired, most of the 760 houses and shopping center originally planned in the development will still be built on West Coyote Hills. That lawsuit was filed by the Friends of Coyote Hills because we do not support any plan based on ignoring the vote of the people. We don't support enriching a corporation at the cost of that. Yes, Chevron as a landowner deserves to be compensated for their land, but not at the highest possible price when your voters have spoken. Thank you.
Wow. Are there other comments from the public? It's amazing.
Mayor Fitzgerald, council members, city staff. I'm Bob Hayden. You all know me. It's pleasing to see that the city is looking to continue to move forward and not allow litigation to continue to delay a process. And I wholeheartedly support that effort, that we continue to find a path forward that doesn't allow us to be held hostage in some way by the whims of others through filing litigation in order to prohibit the vast majority of our community from enjoying the potential for open space and a great opportunity for all. I would hope that along this way, one of the concerns that many of you know of our group is that delaying the process also further delays the opening of the Robert E. Ward Nature Preserve to the public. And I hope that we can find a collaborative way that, in spite of the litigation and in spite of whatever life that may lead, that we can still find a way to move forward so the Robert E. Ward Nature Preserve can be open to the public in a meaningful way to be enjoyed and not continue to be delayed by tactics of others. And that would be my hope, that we could work together to find a way to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers from the public?
Good evening. Angela really spoke my thoughts, but I just wanted to respond to Mr. Hayden's comments, and I would like to suggest that, yes, let's open Ward Nature Preserve. City should start working on it now. Chevron should start cleaning it up now, and we should start working on plans to fund that cleanup and opening it up. There is no reason why the city has waited this long. It shouldn't be dependent on a development project. The city owns that land. So I'm in agreement with him. Let's not delay. As a council, you can start working on asking Chevron to clean up their land that we own, and they have a requirement to clean up and start opening up.
Thank you. Are there other public comments? Former Mayor McClanahan.
Molly McClanahan, Fullerton. I want to make a comment about the 3-minute limit. Winston Churchill said, if I'd had more time, I'd have written a shorter speech. Some of this I have said to you before. The count of last year's students attending Fullerton School District, kindergarten through 8th grade, number 13,800 students. We have marvelous lead science teachers who have been eager to use this preserve as a laboratory for California's science curriculum. In fact, one of the women that spoke the last time was the science educator of the state of California. She was recognized as that. She lives in Fullerton. She taught in Fullerton. These young students should not have to wait longer for an amenity that they could be using now. We need to be inspiring field biologists, researchers, and new science teachers. This goes to be beyond being a park to a wilderness preserve that deserves interpretation and teaching. And I remember an ad that I saw in a magazine. It was a little girl and her father. And they were at his workbench. He was building a birdhouse. And the paint was still wet. She said, "Daddy, is it ready yet?" And he said, "Why?" "There's a bird waiting." I want to remind you that there are 13,800 students waiting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald and Council. My name's Jim Puglisi, representing Pacific Coast Homes, a Chevron company. I'm going to have very short comments. Pacific Coast Homes does support the city's acquisition efforts, and we've been actively assisting city staff and various consultants who are working really hard to obtain grant funding for West County Hills. And I'd be remiss if I didn't try to commend all of that, those resources and time that have gone into this effort. This really does represent an historic opportunity for the West Coyote Hills property. When you think about it, it really does represent the first time in more than a generation that multiple parties, maybe not all parties, but multiple parties are working truly together to raise funds to preserve more of this site. In my view, it's entirely possible that the entire east side of this site could be preserved based on grant funds that are already been identified. And if these funds can be obtained to preserve the east side, the neighborhood 4, which happens to be on the west side of the property, could be next up for possible acquisition. We've agreed to sell our land for a reasonable price, and there has been broad agreement as to the method of appraisal, and that would be done using the same method that's used for acquiring federal lands. The appraisal process is now complete, and a fair market value has been established. We suggest that it is really now time to decide and determine what acquisition the city is interested in pursuing. Joe did reference that this decision doesn't commit the city to expending funds, but rather triggers the effort to formulate the purchase and sale agreement and provides additional support that will make grant writing effort and acquiring the grant monies more effective. And so we're really at a place where it's time to raise funds for acquisition. I do want to reiterate that we do continue to be a willing seller, and we continue to support and assist the city's acquisition efforts. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Puglisi, one of the commenters suggested that it was time to clean up the 72 acres comprising the Bob Ward Preserve. Is there a reason why that couldn't be done now?
I guess I don't quite understand the question.
Well, you heard Ms. Rands
yes.
say that why don't we get on with it, cleaning up the 72-acre site of the Bob Ward Preserve that the city currently owns. Has Chevron contaminated that property?
There may be minor contamination within the Robert E. Ward Preserve, but very minimal at best. The city's owned this property for 30 years, and I know that there seems to be some contention whether the Robert E. Ward Preserve is actually open or not. Some people will say it's open, others say it's closed, needs to be open. So I'm not quite sure how to answer the question, but to the extent that the city wishes to open the Robert E. Ward Nature Preserve independent of the West Coyote Hills Development Project, we would work with the city in a reasonable fashion.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Mr. Puglisi? Okay, thanks. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, we'll bring it back to council then. Mr. Chafee, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Well, this is an important step in our fundraising efforts to have a purchase and sale agreement at least underway, as it greatly enhances our opportunity to get grants, to write them, and to move forward with it. It does not commit us actually to buy anything at this point. Rather, it's a request, and it's subject to us being able to raise the money. I have wanted to get Neighborhood 4. I've toured the property. I think the two choice pieces are Neighborhoods 2 and 4. They have the best views. They have the most fauna and flora that I think should be preserved. So it seems to be an issue over price. I think the price is reasonable and fair. It's intended to compensate the owner for the approximate profit they would have made had their profit gone forward. But there's also things included in the price that are not often mentioned. About $20 million worth of stuff, such as paying for an interpretive center, paying for a maintenance conservation effort. That's kind of rare. When I've looked at other property acquisitions for open space, they rarely come with a reserve for maintenance, and that's included here. I think it's worth about $3 million. Includes creating 10 miles of trails. It includes revegetating and taking out the stuff that is non-native and doing that, and then preserving the habitat that's there, enhancing that, such as the gnatcatcher, not only making it possible for it to survive, but to enhance its opportunity to increase its numbers. It also comes with some other things that are kind of unusual. One, a grant for the library. I don't know if other acquisitions of open space include grants for libraries. Includes a grant for the Muckenthaler, includes a grant for street improvement around Laguna Lake. So there's a whole lot of stuff that is actually included in the price. If you look at the price as just land acquisition, well, that's not really fair to look at it that way. You have to include all the things that are in there. This is, I think, a compromise position over trying to buy all of it, which is frankly unrealistic. I don't think we'll ever get there. So I think in order to do what we can, we need to join together, work together, and instead of spending money on litigation, we should be spending it on land acquisition and improvements. I think we can succeed. To me, when I look at how long this has gone on and what a wonderful thing we can do, about 300 acres of continuous good stuff for a preserve and park, it's time really to celebrate, not to litigate. So I do support this measure.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker? Okay, Ms. Flory?
In the 90s, I met with Bob Ward soon after I got on the council, and he presented the plan, which included probably 150 more homes than is present here. But the plan did preserve the site, the view sites, and he was very, very supportive of it. To my lights, Bob Ward was one of the greenest men in Fullerton, and not only him, but the cadre of supporters who supported that plan at that time were very persuasive in what they thought were the benefits of this development. So I wholeheartedly endorse Councilmember Chafee's remarks, and I thank him very much for the considerable amount of work that he has done in trying to work with the various groups regarding this project. So I support it.
Thanks, Mr. Seaborn. Okay. Was there a motion and a second?
I'll move the recommendation.
I will second.
Okay.
Second.
And I would just say that this seems to go under the heading of no good deed goes unpunished, but we will continue, I'm confident, to do our best to balance the rights of the property owner with the wishes of the community. And I would just encourage members of the community to work with us and to recognize a win when you get one. With that said, all those in favor say aye.
Mayor Fitzgerald, just for a moment, because of the incorrect information on our agenda, I just want to make sure that the motion is for the recommendation as set forth in our agenda letter.
Neighborhood 1 and 3 with the possibility of 4, I think, is what we're talking about. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
No, abstain. You never got to abstain.
Okay, so it passes 4-0, 1 abstention. And with that, Mr. City Manager, do you have anything else this evening?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you.